Necromancer today with the leaderboard. When we see our first contenders here in the top 5, some of them are playing summoners, others are having many mythic items, while I'm just sitting here without a single one. Yeah. So we'll have to, get our stuff now to actually compete. I think as a first thing, we're going to just run a pit 110 to get our... not a pit 110, actually. We have to do the Helltide, then we run a pit. Exactly. So we got to get our things rolling. We got to get our stuff forward so that we're able to compete with the others. I mean, if you're trying to get in a battle, and you don't even have a single mythic yet, yeah. 91. Good to see you there. Ashraf. Also, Ashraf, welcome back. I hope the holiday was good. We're gonna enjoy ourselves today, grinding, farming, having a good time, getting more loot, hopefully finding vastly more Pandemonium Fragments. I think there is definitely that one hidden Pandemonium reward that we have to unveil. Get definitely more caches by killing more elites, so that's something that we gotta get used to. Paragon points, so we're sitting at 215, but I want to be at least at 240 end of the day. Yeah. Starting Necro, gonna enjoy it. I mean, Necro is in a very good spot. Very good spot is relative. Necro is healthy right now, right? There are definitely still things plaguing our good old Necro that shouldn't be plaguing it, but it is what it is. I mean, minions are fun. Minions are actually some of the strongest out there. We're playing currently Golem because I like Golem, but we're also going to do the full actual minion variant. So that's what I'm excited for as well, to just see what we can do there. What I need to know is which item we should upgrade to a mythic. I think we're probably going to try to get a Pact of Bone, because the Pact of Bone is probably the easier one to get mythic up. So if I get that one, I can use it also for the other minion build. So because we're going to obviously try to, play more than one. Let's see about that. Holiday was good, too much food. I mean, isn't that the reason to go to holiday end of the day? Splurge a bit on the food department. Move a bit more than usual, maybe. Yeah, we're going to rake up those cinders really quickly. So get my threat please pumping that we can play. With those worms and juice ourselves a lot of XP. Oh, that is 101 billion non-crit. Okay. Interesting. I knew we were doing decent, but when you do uncritical hundreds of billions. Okay, get our threat up. Thank you very much. Let's get that tuning prison. Open up the Helltide. No, don't die now. Open up the Helltide map. Let's go riding. Do you know any Spiritborn build that's good? Poison Spiritborn. Still absolutely fantastic. Pretty much the one we played last season is still good. Just slightly weaker. That's the problem, right? The same one is still good, but it has just dropped in strength. And that's the same with a lot of builds from prior seasons. They are still good. They are just weaker. Which is actually a bit annoying because why would you want to play the same build in weaker, right? That's just But yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. Thank you. Are we killing these maggots because they're also on top of XP, like tons of cinders, right? But on top of XP and tons of cinders, also lair keys if we kill those pangs of Duriel regularly. So it's all just extremely useful to go for. Well, sadly, this particular part of the map has a very low worm density. I have to go for the lower one. Oh, nice. Lower one or a higher worm density. Good morning, Digital Diaz. Good to see you there. Hope you're doing well. I'm new to Spiritborn, so I'm gonna wait till you make a new one, Silent Arc. Spiritborn is gonna have to wait because first Druid. And after Druid, it's either Barb or then Spiritborn. But again, the one from last season, you can pretty much one-to-one play that. There were slight alterations to it, but more or less, it is the same. That's our first Paragon point. Just simple like that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there could be another worm. Yep, thank you very much. They're farming like boss trophies. We're getting Paragon points. We're doing like the full package today. Layer boss key. There we go. Thank you very much. Oh shit, I shouldn't have taken that shrine. Why? With the shrine, I get threat faster. Yeah, that's actually unlucky. There is supposedly one more worm. Yep, I knew it. Where's my golem? Sometimes golem takes like an extra minute to appear. I feel like my threat is just flying up right now. Very unlucky. Don't like that. Then again, if I get my threat up, I'll just have to punch it down again. So, is that. You buy the Overwatch bundle. I got the Overwatch bundle from our friends over at Blizzard. They're like, oh, Diablo partner, here, Overwatch bundle. Oh, wow. I was never aware that he drops so many set pieces. There is one more here. There's none more here. And we're gonna ride over to the right side. I'm gonna orientate where I am. I'm here. Yeah. Be careful with the damage numbers. Right now I have the white damage numbers on because we were looking at how much damage over time I'm dealing. Usually I only have my crit damage numbers on because I need to like check if the things I'm doing to my build to make my build stronger are actually making the build stronger, right? So this is like something why I actually do have damage numbers on. Usually I just limit them to crit only, so you see like the big outliers and it's kind of cool, right? Because who doesn't want to see like cool big outlier crits? That was a trillion, for example. Yay. You know? But the white numbers we just had on because we're doing actually a damage test to figure out like how much damage over time we're actually dealing, because we're doing a significant amount of damage over time, in case you weren't aware of that. Okay, we got our threat a little bit too fast. That's kind of sad. Rest well, Silent. At what level did you start messing with your gear aspect stats? I started early. I mean, pretty much up to Torment 4, I just took what I got, right? I didn't really mess that much with the Horadric Cube. But I did make a few pieces of 850 item gear already that were choice pieces. So if I needed like attack speed or if I needed cooldown reduction, then I did play around with the Enchanter and the Horadric Cube a bit to just get these pieces quicker. Generally, you want to wait for the Horadric Cube for 900 item power items. At least 900 item power. Greater affix will be better. But I like a long time ago, I just don't like, you know, look at greater affix only. For example, my amulet doesn't even have a greater affix, right? My amulet is just what it is. Right now, we're obviously looking for more greater affix pieces. Like if we get something amazing here that like works in our favor, that's gonna stay. Chaos. There is something else besides build diversity. Making things mythic is amazing, but besides that, season loop just feels recycled. The problem with making things mythic is that there is just like that you can't really do it, right? I mean, I have these Pact of Bones, for example, and I'm looking for Pact of Bone and Mythic, right? So, but like, how likely is it that I will get a Pact of Bone and Mythic? It's not. It's not very likely. Blood Moon Breaches can be had as a... Wow, I didn't know. I mean, it's not good as a charm. It's a 60% damage multiplier. Damn. I mean, it frees the slot up for pans, but there is no better pan slot. Like, what do you need to know, right? So yes, the season seems very recycled as it is. I mean, there is not as many exciting things going on. I'll be honest. The mythic stuff is cool, but since we don't really have access to the mythic stuff, it's actually not that cool. I mean, it's only day 2, yes, but the biggest issue is that you just simply cannot farm the mythics much, right? I mean, I need greater lair boss keys, and the problem is it's superior lair boss keys, and the way to get superior lair boss keys would now be senselessly spamming normal lair bosses and hoping that I, in some capacity, would finally drop superior lair boss keys. So I don't want to do normal lair bosses right now, right? I want to do other activities, but there's only one activity that gives me those keys, and then there's only one activity that gives me the Pandemonium Fragments. So I'm just heavily limited in what I can actually do to interact with the seasonal mechanic, and that doesn't really add to the fun loop, to be honest. And then the actual season mechanic does do nothing to give you more Pandemonium Fragments, because you would have assumed that if I'm now going for if I'm now actually doing the seasonal stuff, so I interact with like what the season has to offer, that would get me. It's my Moonstorm not burying me up. So like if I would now do the seasonal mechanic things, that I would get more of the seasonal mechanic currency, but it's not. Right? You do any of the seasonal mechanic stuff and it's actually just frankly spoken useless. So you kind of like really don't know what is the seasonal loop meant to be, because usually interacting with the seasonal loop would usually give you what you're looking for to interact more with the seasonal loop, but it just doesn't. Oh my goodness, these swords on death have now taken me out multiple times. Playing Golem 2 and feel like it's clunky slow. Do you have a planner to compare to yours? Yes, the planner is in the description of the video. I added it. Golem is... I mean, I don't find it personally clunky, but the problem with Golem is that he doesn't really listen well. And if you play triple Golem, yes, it will feel clunky. So, for example, I play the single Golem because I just really enjoy having my single Golem go boom and explode things. Technically, the triple Golem is more DPS, but practically, it just doesn't feel as much fun to play, right? Because I can press that Golem button and at least see a boom going off, right? Also, getting the defense of the Golem build running can be a challenge, because you really need to take greater maximum life on items where you don't want to take maximum life usually, to just get it to a value. See, I'm at 23,000, but you want at least 30,000. Otherwise, you're not going to be feeling really safe, right? No matter how much damage reduction you have. So that's something I need to fix now, right? I need to get at least up to that amount of life to be... Oh. Diablo just doing Diablo things, where it freezes your whole PC. But it's a bit weird state. I mean, Necromancer in general has always had like a either it is tanky or it is not tanky issue, right? So either you survive or you get one hit, right? Nothing like in between of these two states. It's like somewhat... It's a bit weird. And Blizzard has definitely a lot of work to do for the Necro. Luckily, we're at least fast, so this is a nice thing. So if I do any piece of content like where mobility is required, I am fast as fuck, boy. So that's nice. I can jump around, right? I can flit around. It's super cool. We're still thinking about like dropping the Sever actually for Blood Mist, so I can get like overpower stacks more regularly. The problem with dropping Sever for Blood Mist is you're just giving away your coolest movement speed fun, right? Can you help me confirm that upgrading to a mythic unique in the cube will result in a random item? No, it will result in a random item off that slot. What does that mean? If you put in a pants, you'll get a random mythic pants. That could then be any mythic that your class can have, plus the generic mythics. So for the Necromancer, you might get the pants that like your Blood Moon breaches, but you could also get a Temerity. You could also get a you could also get a T-Bolt's Will, right? Casimir's Legacy, or whatever. So, like, for some reason, they decided that it has to be random. I guess the idea with making it random is to create some kind of grind. The problem with making it random and creating some kind of grind is that there is no grind. So there is no way how I can forcibly farm Pandemonium Fragments, right? So, yeah. So you created a grind that doesn't exist. Yeah, so number one tip, do not upgrade your actual items. Because I feel like, so for example, if I want a Maze of King Leoric, I'm not going to upgrade my best Maze of King Leoric. I'm just going to upgrade a random Maze of King Leoric I have lying around, right? But not my actual one that I'm using, because that would be a mistake. So you just have like random spare uniques flying around in inventory, and then you just upgrade them. For example, I would like to have really the Pact of Bones now in Mythic, because that would do the most for my build. So the Pact of Bones drops from the Harbinger of Hatred. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to bang my head against the Harbinger of Hatred, because realistically the problem is that you can only wield one crafted. Okay, I can only use one crafted mythic, which means that like I have no mythic right now, so I could equip one, but I'll probably have to, wow, let's see what we have here. We'll have to find them, so I have to farm bosses like there's no tomorrow now. I'm gonna do this. Ich höre dich, Aria. Machst du dich über den Papa lustig? Children. 3 to minion skills. 4 to minion skills. Oh, it's still 3 to minion skills. I'm going to keep that. So you're playing the Desecration set instead of the Shadow set. I was actually thinking about that as well. But I do believe the Shadow set is better because it actually creates billions of damage over time. You might not be aware of that. So if you already want your Golem build improved, just play the Shadow set. Okay, Shadow set is vastly better. It's actually silly how much better it is. We got the Helltide up for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes is too few. So we're gonna have to wait for the Helltide to reset, which means I'm just gonna bang my head a bit against the Harbinger of Hatred right now. I will say we need better Pandemonium drops. I think the leaderboard gave us some and might be the best to get it. You mean the seasonal reputation board? Yeah, but it can't be that the preferred gameplay loop is now making new characters to run through the seasonal reputation board to make new characters to run through the seasonal reputation board to make new characters to run through the seasonal reputation board, right? That really doesn't make sense, does it? So Noxus wanted to pop and just say thanks to the Army of the Dead build. Army of the Dead build is probably the easiest one you can play, especially when it comes down to just Torment progression. Come on. Finish him. And dead. We're not doing it in Torment 12. No better loot in Torment 12. And also slower. I'm just going to open one chest, not both chests. Why I'm not opening both chests? Because the second chest does actually not increase the chance for Belial to ambush you. Okay. So what we're hoping for right now is getting a Pact of Bones in Mythic. The best way to get it is just to bang your head against him. I see you want to jump away. Is the two-handed scythe not bad for better for this build? Which scythe? You mean the darkness scythe? It gives you more damage against frozen enemies. Is that what you're asking? Oh, critical strike chance, nice. You can use the darkness scythe as a charm. Is this better than the Army of the Dead build? Different. The Army of the Dead build is vastly more tanky. Step number one. Okay. This one is less tanky than the Army of the Dead build. Yet. I'll make it more tanky down the line. But it's less tanky than the Army of the Dead build. On top of being less tanky than the Army of the Dead build. It does more damage, yes, but the main reason it does more damage is because you can have your golem have 100% attack speed, plus you can actually spam the golem ability. So, for example, for the Army of the Dead, you might know this, but you can't spam Army of the Dead. It's impossible, right? So, Army of the Dead can do trillions of damage as the golem can do, and Army of the Dead is vastly safer to play. However, the golem will do more top-end damage. The thing is, for the golem, you need the helmet, you need the For Army of the Dead, you only need Zangavar, Blade of Zur, and that's it. You don't need more than Zangavar, Blade of Zur. And that makes a big difference, because if you only need one single item instead of multiple items, well, guess what? That's actually pretty damn convenient, isn't it? The Darkness Scythe, you see in the leaderboard, is being used because people are playing minions, cold minions. Okay? So if you now go into the leaderboard, they're not playing a golem build. They're playing a cold minion build. So here, this is the Bloodless Scream, and it's 325% bonus damage, which is nice. It's really good. Your Darkness skills chill enemies, okay? Thing is, you're using Skeletal Warriors as Darkness. You're using Mages as Darkness, okay? So you get the Death Grip. His warriors are Darkness Warriors now. And he's using that to freeze enemies and then hurt enemies really severely. He's not using that for the golem in any way, okay? It's very important. So that's why the item works so good. And yes, he does actually have like all the crazy shit going on. That man has like night perfect gear. Absolute solo self on crazy farmer. Okay, that ring here is amazing. We get fizz damage, we get crit damage, we get intelligence. I mean, mine has nothing like this. And I have to re-roll the... I'd have to re-roll the lightning resistance to something. The problem is it's a fizz damage multiplier, and a fizz damage multiplier does nothing to us. It would have to be a shadow damage multiplier. So as good as that looks, still not what we're looking for. What's the difference between making uniques into mythic uniques? 30% more effectiveness. So the 35% bonus damage is 46 bonus damage. The 120% bonus damage is 160% bonus damage. The 7.5% bonus is a 9.6% bonus. Okay. So why do you want to upgrade things to mythic? Because they simply become stronger, which is absolutely outrageous for some items because they become like crazy good, right? And obviously, I mean, end of the day, you would have to like to have every single unique you have in mythic because that's just more power. It's 30% more power per item, and that's significant. Now, the issue is that obviously in order to now get that ring up, I'll just have to farm. I'll just have to bang my head against the wall. I mean, I do have some Resplendent Sparks, so I can target craft a ring, for example, if I wanted to. But I could also random roll. But I random rolled once and I got an Endariel's Visage, which was completely useless, right? So random rolling is really never going to give you what you're looking for. So you would have to probably target craft and hope that you actually get your outcome. But even that target crafting can only target craft in slot. Oh no, that took too long now. What does target crafting in slot mean? Exactly that. Oh my lord. If we don't kill him at phase 1, say like we die way too quick. Is there a big loot difference from tier 10 to tier 11? There is not a single loot difference. The only difference from tier 10 to tier 11 is experience. That's it. Class you recommend that's not Warlock Barb? Necro, definitely. KO. If you wanted a bit different, Spiritborn or Druid. Druid is right now in one of the best spots it has ever been in. Has a lot of variety going on. Very strong, very powerful. Quite some different builds to go for. Sadly, the companion build nerfed, right? See, that's an axe now. So I just got a mythic, chat, but it is sadly the wrong mythic. Yay. So I got a 1000-eye Reaver. But obviously the 1000-eye Reaver is useless. Because sure, I get more maximum ferocity stacks, but no one needs that. Correct? And the more movement speed. So this one at Mythic is, for example, is like, yay. Might as well shoot myself. Because, you know, that's a Resplendent Spark. Cold minions are not better. Cold minions are better than the Golem when it comes down to pure damage. However, you're also playing a build where you do absolutely nothing. Okay? So the Golem build, I have this Golem button where I press the Golem button and the Golem button goes boom. Right? Fun. With the Cold Minion build, I have Cold Minions and that's it. I mean, sure, you have your Command Skeleton button to then command skeletons somewhere. But again, that's it. So if you want the complete super hands-off playstyle, absolutely, Cold Minions is your way to go. But, yeah, if you want to do, like, anything, right? Then you obviously don't want to do that, right? Ah, finally, Belial. That took me long enough. Jesus Christ. Ay. Oh, there's no escape! There's no escape! So, each to their own. I mean, we will gather all the pieces for the Darkness build as well. So don't worry about that. We are also gathering the pieces to play. I just got 2 superior layer boss keys. That's insane. Definitely for the minion army build, because I want to present that to you too, right? We might actually get it out today as well, just to show you. I mean, we wanted to play the Golem, like we will make the Golem stronger, but pretty much the build I have here right now has already all the pieces for the other builds. Defenses need in general a pathing over. I mean, defenses are in the dumpster. In general, in a whole Diablo, we talked about it yesterday, but toughness is again dumb. Toughness is dumb. And I'll die on that hill. A Warlock endgame worthy? Yes, Warlock is absolutely endgame worthy, and I have a new build for you. We'll start with Druid first though, and then go into Warlock. So I'm sorry for that, but we gotta have our priorities, right? Can't play everything at the same time. Gotta still like a bit more what's there possible, what we else should go for. But yeah, we'll also do the Army of the Dead build. So like Army of the Dead, we'll do the Minion Army build because I have cool items for that. The good thing again is for the Minion Army build. Like if you look at here currently the player. So if we wanted to play a similar build, we either need the Death Grip or the Hand of Nas, because you got to decide for yourself which one do you want to play. You can play the mages as your main thingy, or you can play the warriors as your main thingy. I'm not entirely sure which one is actually better, right? Both are working nicely though, so that's beyond the point, right? Both are good. And as you can see, the dude is actually going crazy because he's playing an amulet here that gives him 200% increased damage because you get it as a mythic. Right? The Blood Mad Idol is quite nasty in mythic if you then get a good roll on it. Now, Death Grip is actually dropping from... Hand of Nas is from whom? Hand of Nas is from Varshan. We can get ourselves a Hand of Nas and we can get ourselves a Death Grip, so we're actually prepared, and then like swap around and see who's better. Using your Zeal Paladin from last season is making it fun again. Doing Sorcerer last season. Do you know the best way to farm Harlequin Crest Helm? Only thing I'm struggling with. Ja, jetzt hat's ja geklingelt. Jetzt dürft ihr es euch anmachen. Trinkt aber was zwischendurch. Macht euch mal bitte die Gläser voll und trinkt mal ein bisschen. Ja, eine Stunde nicht getrunken. So, Harlequin Crest is going to... it's random. Rambo, that's the problem. So you could try to craft a... you know, mythic helmet and hope that you get Harlequin Crest, or just simply have to hope for it dropping. But as always, it's just going to be rando. I can set minion for Glacier Bolt skill, but I can't equip it to the skill bar. I mean, African Bigfoot for like supportive fire, you get to pull into your skill bar. Okay. I'm not entirely sure where the problem is. Oh, another Belial? This quick? Damn. This is good because the more keys we're getting, the more, you know, there are bosses we can find. Oh, did he just drop? Yeah, that's the third one. Wait, why is Varshan spawning again? I accidentally activated his shrine. I accidentally activated his shrine again, didn't I? Sorry. Why do we summon the Spirit Wolves? More dudes to tank for me. Matt. That's literally it. More dudes to tank for me. Because why not? They're standing in the way. They're being like, oh, you shall no pass. You know shall pass. Yeah, no pass. Okay, we got the Hangman's Hand, we got the Hand of Nas, but that Hand of Nas is shitty. Then we got way too many... of these. Flicker Step as a good one.
To the ancient goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
We clicked, yeah. Fat finger, high five in the chat. Charm Saw, cool. We're gonna keep all the ones that give charm slots because obviously that's insane. So you put me on Army of the Dead, but I can't get a single set charm in Torment 4 for it. Any recommendations on how to get them easier? You go into the Seer's Reach dungeon. Seer's Reach is above Temis. You farmed that a couple of times because Seer's Reach is very good for gems, right? If you want to have high-level gems, just spam Seer's Reach. And the basic idea is that, like, the boss in the Seer's Reach from Torment 4 on will also drop set charms. That's how I got my second piece of the Waking Touch set. Also, if you can't get Waking Touch full, I use 2 pieces Waking Touch and 3 pieces the Shadow set all the way to Torment 8. So you can actually work with some rather unfortunate shit for the time being. Nice! An amulet with critical strike damage multiplier, finally. I've been looking for an amulet like that for such a long time now. We also have a vulnerable damage glove, so that is good as well. That's a Tybalt's Will, finally. I mean, we need more of those. They're actually fire. T-bolts. Bulbs away for now. How would you rate this season out of 10? It's currently a 7 out of 10. I mean, I love this system, so I love all the new systems that were introduced with Lord of Hatred, right? Like that we now have the war plans. It's so good. War plans make the game so much better. However, season 14 is a dud currently. I mean, I made a video and I started the video with, don't go into the ruptures, don't go into the nightmare dungeons, don't even do the goddamn Realm Walker, because each one of them is virtually useless. Now, how is that a good season when I tell you to avoid any of the seasonal mechanics because they're virtually useless? That's not good, right? And I'm not talking about not really efficient. I'm talking about actually useless, right? That shouldn't be. I shouldn't tell you to avoid something that is the key part of this season, right? What does that make sense? Mike, you get a second echo again. I am Torment 12, and I have not gotten a single echo yet. I mean, I made it to Torment 12, right? We have not gotten a single echo yet. I hope you enjoy your cheating, Mike. You filthy, dirty cheater. But only farming Helltide. Well, I mean, Helltide is the best piece of content in the whole game, so I'm not mad that Helltide is the best thing to do, right? But I don't only farm Helltide. I pretty much do my war plans, right? I like doing my war plans. Always enjoyed that. Oh, hello, Kickstart, the Helltide Assassin. Okay, this dude, look at them. Do you see how he just gets smashed, Chad? You see how poor guy is like, and then he just got absolutely obliterated. Paragon 237, it's 217, sir. But we're gonna make our way to 240 today. How are you, Chabert? I am well, thank you for asking. Life's good. I'm still trying to get an AC for the next heat wave coming, but AC prices have spiked or ruining, right? Because everyone and their mom needs an AC. It's almost like you don't get any more in Germany. But I need to prepare because next week we're expecting another heat wave in Germany. And one was enough. I finally, like, after we suffered through it, the wife accepted that we might or might not need a AC finally. But first we had to go through the heat one time. Call the learning process. The wife relented, finally. Where did your mythic seal drop? I think it just dropped from one of the reputation caches, seasonal reputation caches. It was the most random drop ever. It was like suddenly, whoopa double loop loop, here you go. And you're like, what the fuck? I didn't even notice it dropping at first, right? I just opened up my inventory and there was suddenly a mythic seal in there. It was kind of funny. Okay, we need to find some of these ruptures. Why ruptures? Because ruptures are the best way to grow your thread. Oh, actually, that is a shrine. That is a fantastic way to grow my thread as well. Because we have the point already where shrines grow thread faster. Right? So, like, look at my thread when I have that now. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at my thread when I have that now. I'm dead. This Fate Mythic is like a 96% damage increase. Not completely true, but yes. I mean, it averages out to a 96% damage increase, but the real use of a Mythic Fist of Fate is just see big numbers go boom. Right? I mean, the math, I'm not a fan of the average math of the Fist of Fate. Like, oh god, this is an average 50% damage increase. No. The potential cool 200% big number go boom thingy. Inside was sturdy and still much cooler than outside where it was 40 and no AC for us too. Yeah, I mean, the heat was certainly not nice. I mean, it was okay in the inside for us. We had like 27 about. Our house keeps rather cool-ish. But still, it's nothing that leads to good sleep, right? And if Pony no sleep good, then Pony very, very not good play good. And we don't like that. You don't play on a HC. I would never play this game on hardcore. And I would never play Necromancer on hardcore. Necromancer has one of the most on-off defenses in the game, right? Because again, either I'm tanky or I'm not tanky. Either I'm completely undying or I'm dead. There's like nothing in between. Like, so, like, for example, in Path of Exile, despite of how it goes, you sometimes like just feel like, okay, this level is bleeding me rather. But in Diablo, it's really like I'm alive or I'm dead. Nothing in between of these two states. And I also don't have a way to become undying. I'm not a barbarian with 4 weapons, right? I mean, if you imagine like a barbarian, you can take 4 weapons, right? And you can put maximum life on each weapon. Yay. Guess how useful that is. Guess how useful that is. Ja. Ja, ich kann euch da jetzt nicht helfen, Schatz. Ihr müsst lesen, was da unten weißes steht. Ihr könnt wahrscheinlich zurück zur Fähre gehen. Ja, Schatzi, ich weiß das auch nicht. Ich muss arbeiten. Ich kann euch gleich helfen. Ihr könnt mir die Switch einmal runterbringen und ich kann es mir einmal angucken, aber mehr kann ich euch auch gar nicht helfen. Okay. So yeah, I'm like that's like the whole thing. Like defense is weird. I think Diablo will have like in 2026 now. They'll have to do another pass over defense. I mean, they just recently did one with the toughness. We all know that toughness was a complete dud. I mean, the old system, as much as people struggle with the old system, which is crazy, they struggle even more with toughness. Why is it crazy that people struggle with the old system? Because the old system was brain dead. When the old system was get 10,000 armor, get 75% resistance, and that's it. You're tanky. I mean, obviously get some damage reduction on the tippity top, right? But generally speaking. It's wrong watching Rob not play solo Self-Found. I mean, I watched a Rob video this morning and like about his new farming method and how it's like so much better if you have like 4 to 5 people to do this with you. And I'm like, but what if I'm playing solo Self-Found, Rob? But if I don't have 4 to 5 people with me? And I'm a big fan of that they put solo Self-Found on. But is it like, and I love to see now how the leaderboard looks, because the leaderboards in the leaderboards right now have lower positions. How do I say this now? Like the trade players have already pushed further into the tower than the solo Self-Found players. Because they, like, despite some solo Self-Found players actually having really good equipment, the trade players have even better equipment. Buffco, when you have 5 pieces of the set, Waking Touch, then you can finally transition to the full Army of the Dead version. Because before you were actually playing a hybrid version, right? Between Army of the Dead and minions, since you don't have the full power of the Army of the Dead. There's probably the weakest maggot spoo I have ever seen. Like, seriously, what was that? I hate this particular Helltide, though, because this particular Helltide has very weak worm, maggot spawning shit going on. There's not many maggots here. Kind of disappointing. No. So don't pick up the shrine, because picking up the shrine would be a mistake. Because again, shrine gives more thread. We don't want more thread. We want less of that. Oh, nice. This is huge. Okay, almost to 18 Paragon points. This is how fast it goes. This is how fast you can get your Paragon points. Now that we have spawned both of them, can we spawn this one too? Come on, I know you're here. Where's the chest? Oh, the chest is in there. Well, let's go over. There is a chest in here. I played the Warlock Command Fallen and you made a video last season. Is this build still good? Yes, it's still good, especially if you get the helmet in Mythic. And my biggest problem will be getting Mythics for multiple characters, right? Because actually getting Mythic for one character, like for my Zur build, that one was good. For the Army of the Dead. But getting like multiple Mythics across multiple characters in the current way how they laid the season out is not going to happen. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, right? I wish this was a bit more like the Season of Chaos, right? The Season of Chaos had like left, right, and center. Like you pretty much got yourself those chaotic uniques everywhere. Right? I mean, we were only having chaotic uniques. You could have imagined that Blizzard actually learned from this, right? Because raise your hand if you didn't enjoy the Season of Chaos. Exactly. Right? There's not a single person's gonna be like, oh no, the Season of Chaos? You know what? That was actually awful. No. No one's gonna say that. You could have expected they learned something from that. Get another point. We're gonna try to select like another 750 cinder. Because right now I have 2 of these increased Helltides going on, right? So I need to get a significant amount of cinder now. Nothing to gain XP wise from Profane Mind Cages. Technically, or usually, Profane Mind Cages increase the monster power of everything in the overworld. Ergo, Profane Mind Cages should also increase the XP from the globes. I'm not sure if, though, the XP of the globes actually does go up. What should go up is definitely the experience from every kill you do and the rewards from every kill. So yes, the actual Mind Cages are definitely worth it. Necro with corpse explosions? Bone Spear is gone for a long, long while, my friend. That build used to be good back in the day. Okay, not a single maggot spawn. Let's see if the maggot is here. Well, we have at least enough cinders to finish the first one, then do the Undercity. And then also finish the second one mostly. Okay, wow, nothing. Disappointing. Swear to God, there's a different one just running around. Since when can you only equip one mythic? You cannot only equip one mythic. You can only equip one crafted mythic. Big difference. Crafted mythics are every mythic that you get with the new seasonal crafting methods. Right? Rogue is best? Yes, Rogue is absolutely insane right now. That is indeed correct, my friend. But I'm not sure how much that is Rogue actually being good and how much that is Rogue being bugged. Ja? Nein, ich habe euch gesagt, wenn ihr Hilfe braucht, müsst ihr mir die Switch kurz runterbringen. Ja, einfach rausziehen. The children are stuck in prison. In prison, chat. The planner. Yes, the planner's in the description. Mhm. So, muss ich mal aufpassen, dass ich hier nicht... Ja. Ja. So, jetzt gehe ich mal in Sicherheit. Also, wo ist euer Problem? Ja, damit.
Ist ein Räuber. Der weiß.
Ja, und was ist euer Problem? Ihr kommt hier nicht raus. Richtig?
Ja.
Und habt ihr alles schon versucht? Habt ihr auch die Karte schon aufgemacht?
Nein.
Zum Beispiel habt ihr das hier, was kann man das zerstören? Und da kann man runtergehen. Ja, hier bist du nicht schon runter. Wart ihr schon hier? Ich habe 6 Räuber eingefangen.
Alle sind aus. Ach, aber wir haben sie alle.
Okay, so, nehmt das mal gerade in die Hand. Wartet mal kurz. Give me a moment, chat. Need to figure out how Lego City Undercover. How the children are leaving the prison again. Because they're stuck in prison right now. So, da seid ihr, richtig? Und so sah das vorher aus. Und dann seid ihr nach oben gegangen. Da habt ihr euch hochgebaut, richtig? Habt ihr auch gemacht. Trying to figure out what the children have to do to escape prison. Da braucht ihr was für, um damit zu... Ne? Ihr braucht eine Schlüsselkarte. Mhm. Seht ihr da? Habt ihr das schon gemacht? Dann los, dahin jetzt. Das müsst ihr kaputt machen und dann zeigt euch das den Weg und dann findet ihr da einen Schlüssel. Seht ihr das? So, siehst du, da ist der Schlüssel. Dann könnt ihr das aufmachen. Und dann könnt ihr weitermachen. Dann könnt ihr nämlich, wenn ihr das aufmacht, könnt ihr da rumlaufen. Seht ihr? Ne, ihr drückt noch nichts. Oben wieder einstecken und weitermachen, okay? Ihr habt gesehen, ihr müsst euch den Schlüssel holen. Dann könnt ihr hier jetzt rein. Dann könnt ihr da rumlaufen und weiter das Gefängnis erkunden. Ja, ihr müsst das Gefängnis erst fertig machen. Ihr kommt da nicht so leicht raus. Okay, I'm back. Why are you in Diablo now? Is PoE too hard for you? Sir, I hope you try to be funny and not serious. Because I expect more brain than that from you. If you zoom in and build IRL, yep. I'm letting the tiny humans play, like they beat every Mario game. So they're now supposed to beat Lego City Undercover. But they are like 5 and 7 years old, and they actually never played like a story-driven game, right? So Super Mario is not a story-driven game, right? So they now got to learn like all the little things on how to actually play a story-driven game. It's intriguing. I guess head back into Temis. So good for the brain. It is, Queldromo. It's better than giving them Fortnite or anything. So I really want to raise them on story-driven games because that is, like, in my humble opinion, the better way to play as a child, right? I mean, nothing against anyone who wants their child to be the next Fortnite menace or whatever. But my tiny humans are going to learn story-driven games, and that's that. I'm confused. Well, I'm German. That's why I speak German. Right? So, ta-da. The reason I speak German is because I am German. You know what's great? That we have like here all of these spirit bacons, but we got not a single one to give me time. So like if I didn't have a travel ability, this one would straight up be a dud now. And the only reason this one is not straight up a dud is because I have a travel ability. Okay, my golem is not coming. That's fantastic, Chad. You know, when your golem just doesn't come because you move too fast through things. Okay, let's see if we can find something to extend our time. There is the dude that I need to extend my time. But now that my golem might not jump fast enough. Yep, and he's not there again. Ah, fantastic. And that's the problem when you're playing the golem. At least in this piece of content, because you can't move him fast enough. But minions seem rough for speed farming. No, only in specific things. So if I do a normal nightmare dungeon, there's not an issue. If I do a, what is it called again? If I do a Hell Tides, anything else. The problem with the Undercity is that there's a lot of walls, and your minions don't like walls. They literally get stuck, you know? They walk against that, and then they can't move anymore. So if you want your golem to keep up with you, you pretty much need to press that golem button and have him just like run with you. Normal minions, for example, get teleported. For some reason, it's only the golem that doesn't get like correctly teleported at times, and he just refuses then to budge and move. See, like for example, here right now he should be catching up. And they did actually put like a tether on him that he is rather getting quick with you. But at times that's still functional more than functioning, you know? So I mean, with things are better, right? But things are not good. So Lord of Hatred definitely improved a lot in terms of how Diablo generally runs and a lot of things there. But for all the people that like Necromancer, the whole minion thematic is like the one character who's actually meant to be the minion character is less of a minion character than every other character. Because realistically, Barbarian is better with minions, and his minions are always with you, right? Necromancer is also better. Warlock is also better with minions, and his minions are temporary but always with you, right? The only character with permanent minions kind of. Still the one that does feel like as the weakest way to play minions. Do kids upgrade to Diablo and give you a hand? No. Not until they're vastly older. They're getting age-appropriate games. Yeah? Yeah? Ja. Wir müssen den Scanner rausziehen. Dann müsst ihr euer Outfit wechseln. Dann habt ihr ein Detektiv-Outfit. Geht doch mal aus dem Räuber-Outfit raus und auch wieder mit. Da war gerade eine A bei Ari. Da ist auch ein A bei dir. Ja. Bitte ein bisschen Mühe geben. So, nee, nach oben und dann weiterspielen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch! See, tiny humans. Actually, the hardest part about Super Mario was also the ghost mansions, for example. We literally had to look up YouTube for one or two of them. I'll admit that. Because the children were getting frustrated with not getting to the end of a mansion. Have they found a fix for the Linux bug yet? I heard there is a Linux bug, but I don't think there's a fix yet. No. I'm sorry, my friend. I tried your Spark Sword build. I can fast clear tier 10 now, but you can't keep up the ultimate uptime because of the nerf. Not only the damage, but the cooldown cap on the skill too. I mean, there's probably a few things that you'd have to change to make it like perfectly work. So I assume there are ways to make it function, right? But I haven't looked into it yet myself, so I couldn't tell you. Oh, he actually gave us mats. Cool. And now we can... How much time do we have left on the Helltide? We have left 26 minutes. Perfect. Tiny humans are gamers. I mean, they're being properly raised to be. Enjoying the gaming times. Trying our best. But it's hard. They're complaining that they have to play the story in a story game. You know? It is done. Like we just want to ride around in Lego City and do stupid things, right? And fuck shit up. Like, no, you're gonna play the story. Children, tiny humans, play the story. Stop just crashing cars. Be responsible. Gonna go to this one. The Pokemon Journey occasion. I tried to show them Pokemon Pikachu on the Nintendo Switch. The problem is that until both children can properly read, that is a game that is hard to you know, like for Pokemon, you want to be able to read, essentially. Because otherwise you can't understand what's really going on the screen, right? To be able to basically read the menus if you're like now fighting and what abilities you're using and that kind of stuff. So otherwise you're just pressing buttons and guessing. There's still some limitations, right? Pokemon Go? Yeah, I haven't shown the children that yet. But then I'm never gonna be going inside again, I guess. But that's a good idea. Probably Pokemon Go might be a decent plan. Altar of Reaping. So I need to get our threat level higher. We're good. That's how you play Diablo. You just gotta press buttons and guess. I mean, yeah. Gonna guess if there's a ground effect that's about to kill you or not. That's for sure. Is there a ground effect or is there no ground effect? And an on-death effect. Not sure what developers have with on-death effect, honestly. It's like yet the weirdest thing to me in ARPGs. Hey, let's put on death effect on everything. Why would we do that? Well, listen. Obviously, to increase the fun in our games. Because who does not like to run for loot and then get punished for running for loot in a game that is all about loot? Dance of Knives and Twisting Blades isn't bugged from everything I saw, and it does pit 130. That's great. I think most builds seem to be around pit 130, or most classes seem to be around pit 130 right now, from what I have checked. It's good. I mean, 120 to 130 was kind of like the expected clear in the first week. Plus minus then obviously the higher pushing of perfect equipment and that kind of stuff. But yeah, 120 to 130 was like the expected outcome. I am stuck. I was so stuck that I couldn't move anymore. Beautiful. Let me see. Can I? What is this map here called again? This is the Decaying Bricks, right? Scovis. Because I don't actually know in Scovis if there is any good hellworm spawning, right? Because I never ride through Scovis for this explicit purpose. Never been. I know Scovis can have some Helltide stuff as well. Some hellworms. See, there's supposedly on top here is one. Yep. Then there is two more right below. So we're going over this. Then there is one more here. Dankeschön. Boom. Doesn't that look beautiful when they all just die? Could we just go into Torment 12 to do the same? Yeah. The main reason I'm in Torment 11 is because it's more chill. No? I'm a Necromancer. It's more chill this way. We made it up to 220. That's good. 1,000 cinders. Okay, I guess. We can go spend some, huh? Do you follow a meta build on PoE2 or do you freeball it? I make all my own builds, sir. You know, I don't follow meta builds. I make meta builds. Or to be more precise, I make budget builds that people can afford. Big difference. Come on, you can do it, Mr. Barbarian. Wow, you're so talented. Thank you for the loot. Appreciate it. So, Chad, he looked like he was struggling. Let's check that one. 325. Another lair key. Pretty please give me more. Okay, so listen, boys. I really don't want to mingle and jingle. I just want to open this chest here. Could you all just die and leave me alone? Sincerely. Another wall. Okay, now I got all of this properly open up. Fantastic. One more. Preferable a... Yeah, here, weapon. Go. I've come across short tutorial clips featuring you on China's Douyin platform, all narrated in Chinese. Yep. My videos went rather popular over there, especially doing Where Winds Meet. Seems like my English is simple enough to be easily translated over to Chinese. No, I'm not posting them there myself. No, I'm not profiting from it. But to be fair, like, I gotta give this to the Chinese audience. They actually do come over to the English streams to compliment you for that. So, like, especially during Where Winds Meet, when we were making, like, a lot of content, like they could have just kept watching everything just on the Douyin platform, but the Chinese, they came actually over to express their gratitude. You know, the Europeans don't do that. They watch a Chinese video and they're like, let's copy this and sell it as our own. I never tell anyone where we get it from. Int, armor, weapon damage, all damage, max life, weapon damage. That was a lot of shenanigans. One nightmare dungeon, haha. 2 nightmare dungeons, haha. Oh, did I not have like a simple one? How are you loving the golem? I have a button that makes everything go boom, so I love that. Right? Like I have this one button and everything dies. How do I like the golem? Amazing. I mean, I like builds that have a nuke button because that's fun, right? I also don't need to spam anything in this build, right? I just press my golem button and then things die. And I think that's fun. Now, where's this Wrathful Exile that we're looking for, Chan? Is he at the end? Is he somewhere in the middle? Like Nahantu dungeon and Nahantu dungeons. Skalva's dungeons are a bit weird because sometimes the boss is just in the middle. Right? There's one dungeon where you go like all the way around the outside and then the boss is not on the outside. He's in the middle. Oh, I think he just got killed twice. Okay, that's it. Nightmare dungeon cleared, and now we gotta go back and do one final Helltide harvest, and we're done. Just found a Daryl's Visage. Is it worth something? So it's worth one single purple shard, right? So you're gonna break it down and now turn it into a resplendent spark. Congratulations. It's not worth anything. As much as I would love to tell you, sir, that you now get a cool item, you get chat. Sparks seem useless this time around. I mean, you can still turn them into mythics. The problem is that, again, you can only wield one crafted mythic, okay? So spark crafted mythics are still crafted. Horadric Cube crafted mythics are still crafted. So that hasn't changed. They're still crafted. I'm just trying to teleport out. Thank you very much. Today we're also going to try to at least position ourselves on the leaderboard, Chad. Oh, I got a spark. I got 2 sparks, Chad. That's cute. I just get 2 sparks from a legendary material one. That's interesting. I didn't know that. See, I have 9 resplendent sparks. That means I can now craft 3 specific uniques. The problem is I'll need all the runes for that, and I don't have all the runes for that, right? I am actually missing runes. Yeah, I know, crazy. But it is what it is.
Thousands of gems in a handful of dust. From creation, destruction.
Ground amethyst.
A jewel plucked from
More damage. So yeah, I still need more to craft me specific thingies, but yeah, I don't have more right now. Okay, legendary materials that was, just in case you're asking yourself, what do you just do for that? So it wasn't like here rare, it was legendary materials. Surprise, I wasn't actually aware that that is possible. So here, legendary, that's a ground amount of upside. I wouldn't like that. I don't kind of want to do another Helltide. I just did that. Helltide, pit, boss, pit. Yeah, I guess. Worst case. Yeah. I don't think I opened up the chest down here. Why did they remove the safety bubble of the pit? Because they personally hate you. Where do we get gems? The Seer's Reach dungeon above Temis is still the best gem farm. You could also do into Nightmare Dungeon escalations, because Nightmare Dungeon escalations also work quite fine. Oh, I just died. Wait, 11 minutes left to farm. Should totally be enough. Okay, what is my defense saying? We're 3,000 out everywhere. We get like some armor. That means we need ground jewels. Oh, I forgot. Like what are we missing out, chat? We're missing one of our here rings here. It does not have a socket in it because we might or might have not transfigured it too early. What's your favorite Necro build? No, I like the Army of the Dead personally more. But again, the Army of the Dead is just not good for doing anything in the pit leaderboard. That's why we're going on about this right now. Also, the Army of the Dead I have pushed really far already. I can obviously make it stronger by now getting the right greater affixed items, aka an amulet with crit multiplier and that kind of stuff, right? But I don't have to play the build to get these items, if that makes sense. I just need set items, right? But I could get these items literally while I play whatever. And that's why we're just playing the Golem here. Also because we just like to see the numbers of the Golem go up, and we obviously want to also make the Golem build even better. Just got my Mythic Seal, but acquiring one set still less, so feel underwhelming. I mean, we have the Mythic Seal too, and we're actually using it. Because for this specific build, it is working. So usually I'm also not a fan of the Mythic Seal. But in my case, it made me tankier. Because it allows me to have my minions soak up damage that I would have taken. And it's 35% of the damage that I would have taken. And that's actually significant, rather. So in the case of this build, you can use it, but let's be real. In most cases, you can't use it. In most cases, using any of the unique charms is better. I mean, there's a unique charm for this build too. For example, that would be, I can use the Respite Dirk for single target damage. I can use the Bloodless Scream, which also increases my damage by 100% if I use it against frozen enemies. And it actually makes my Golem freeze things like extremely quick, which is super funny. Because imagine like your Golem going around and just freezing everything instantly. So that's also rather efficient. Any kind of cinder farm that is not maggots just seems so inefficient, right? I'm sure I'm getting cinders, but not a lot. That +1 unique charm seems funny too, since you gotta give up 5 sets. Yeah, the one unique charm is just useless. Because most builds get most of their damage from the 5 set bonus. So I really don't understand what they wanted to do with that unique charm. There's very, very few builds who get their most damage from the 2 set bonus. And then like the unique charms usually don't like, even if you get 3 unique charms in total, right? It doesn't compare to what the 5th bonus of your set gives you. I mean, if the 5th bonus of your set gives me 400% bonus damage, that means that if I give it up, I would have to have 3 charms that give me 400% bonus damage and more, right? Because why would I give it up for the same effect? So it would somehow be more efficient than that, but it's not, realistically. So why even bother, right? So like now we've tried this to get ourselves cinders, and then I just kill these dudes, right? And suddenly we're sitting at 154 cinders. So why again did I try to get cinders any other way? Including lair keys, by the way, which is kind of good. Is the talisman buggy? I have 5 places but can only put 4. Are you sure you have a 5-place talisman? So no, usually the talisman is not buggy, and it's more a user error than a talisman error. Now again, I'm not saying it's a you fault, but in most cases it's a you fault. Mädels, habt ihr es rausgeschafft? Sehr gut. They did it, chat. They did it. They escaped prison, or at least they're in the next mission. I'm not entirely sure where they are. But they seem to have been able to progress. Maybe you put the same charm twice. Oh yeah, that could be. That's a good one, Machiavelli. So if you put in 5 set charms, they need to be all the different charms, okay? So they can't be the same charms, my friend. They need to be like, you know, a Phoba, Fur, Lore, Linta, and Beru. So if you try to put in 2 lores, that doesn't work. Camera. So they need to be the 5 different ones, right? Might be the issue here. Again, we're not saying that is the issue, but the set. Crit and lucky hit? Nah. Maximum life? Nah. Nah. I'm still thinking, can I use Lockrins somehow? It's 150% bonus crit, but your crit chance is reduced. Honestly, if you get Lockrins in Mythic, it might be worth it, right? Because Lockrins in Mythic would be like 200% bonus damage, and your crit is reduced. But you could get your crit somehow to a value that you don't actually suffer from that. Oh, these are terrible. What is this teleporting me into? Forge of Malice. The wolves being decently useless. The wolves are still body blocks. Don't call them decently useless. Wow. The wolves have my lucky hit, so they will do my lucky hit shenanigans. That makes them actually somewhat useful. God, you're so mean. Call them decently useless. Your face is decently useless. The fuck? Poor wolves. What did they ever do to you? Now, we'll probably have to experiment with different ones. You're not wrong, but I would probably just put a Vex in. I could also play the Rogue's Dark Shroud to feel tankier. But then again, I just put out like potential body blocks to be a tankier. Doesn't really make sense, right? Also, Trixie, by the way, I'm very sorry for missing your sub. Get connected also. Thank you for your support. Greetings to the German gang. Ballas, appreciation. Thank you for the support today, ladies and gentlemen. If you did bring your Prime sub, don't forget to use it somewhere. Right here. Crit? Crit could be interesting, but didn't they nerf Crit recently? I mean, I don't need anything to fortify myself, so I am fortified. Right? That's already set in stone. Oh, look at you three, and right in the middle. Everything dead. Dungeon cleared. Now we got to do a pit again, and we got to do a pit 115 now, Chad. Why a 115? Because I can't otherwise push my glyphs higher in a meaningful way. Because it's going to be like an inefficient glyph push.
What brings you?
So, you're saying we should change the rune. Let's see. We could do... What is useless? Thol we don't need. Kui we have. Luck is the challenging shout. Kel would be... Willing Cry. We could do Yum. We could do Vex, technically. But they nerfed that. Or we have Vex together with Buck. That wouldn't be doing really much. I mean, none of the lower runes. We don't need a Gar. We don't need a Cry. We don't need a Nur. I mean, technically, we could play not a Nur. Crit is definitely not needed because you don't need Dark Prison. There's nothing really that I would want to have. That's the problem. I mean, again, a Vex maybe. But Vex you would then play with Nagu. And then you would play Kui with Igni. Probably. Let's see how that goes. Druid this season is a sick bastard. Druid is great, and I can't wait to do the plans that I have with Druid as well. Oh, great. My dude just walks off. So, like, I clearly put the Golem on the first pack of mobs, right? My Golem, though, is like, so I recognize you want me on the first pack of mobs, but I raised by, I just walk past them. You're like, but Mr. Golem, man. Kind of uncool. And he's like, I know, but listen, I don't care. Oh, goodness. I got hurt. I stood too close to the sun. See, this is where the wolves come in useful. Right? Because they actually do tank for you. Bonus. They're just like that little body block, and that little body block does help to create like a few better scenarios for you. At the end of the day, like, despite having a shield on, right? Because we have a shield on, in case you missed that. Your defenses are lackluster. When we have like only the Glynn's Anvil running, and Glynn's Anvil is sadly capped. So we get like here 14 resolve stacks, right? But 14 times 4% is 40%. the maximum of what Glint's Anvil right now provides. Thank you for your guides. Me and my friend just started Diablo 4 at the end of Season 13. Every video you put out has very valuable information. Well, thank you, sir. Very kind of you for saying. More to come. Oh, yeah. Let's open these portals. I hope you're also interacting with this, guys. I feel like this is the most useful part of the seasonal mechanic, because this one just allows you to plaster minions left, right, and center in the pit. So you're essentially just having more minions going on, more enemies. And more enemies is always good, as that just allows you to smoother progress. Especially since you have like builds that are area builds, right? And all your builds are area builds at this point. So like if we get more, I just simply hit more enemies at the same time with my golem. Right, my golem doesn't have a cap at how many dudes he can hit. He can just hit everyone. I lost my Heart of Stone. Give me my Heart of Stone back. Any other no summoner build for Necro? Yes, you can do Bone Spirit. Not that efficient because they nerfed the overpower, so actually should be decently weaker than before. And you can go for Blood Wave. But that has been like the ongoing build now for a couple of seasons. So if you're bored by Blood Wave, like every single person that has actually played Blood Wave in the past 20 seasons, then obviously Blood Wave not really an option for you, right? But yeah, that's kind of it. There's no decent Shadow build, sadly. They did fix Gloom Ward. Okay, my Golem not coming. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. They did fix Gloom Ward. But despite them fixing it and making it better, it is still not in a position where Gloom Ward does actually feel like yay. It's still more a... yikes. Mainly because damage over time can still not crit, right? Mainly because damage over time was never actually good as damage over time, and it was only good because you were playing Shadow Blind. Is there a build guide for this already? We have the planner out linked in the current live stream on YouTube. So there's a planner for this already. However, there's still a few fine-tunes we have to do, especially on the defensive side. I could lower my damage currently to actually just get vastly more elemental resistance, for example. But I think I need to do a passing over items. Like, just got to decide which values are worth it on items and what can I skip on over, right? Because I simply have like 23,000 max life, and 23,000 max life is not enough. This is not like, there's no questions asked about that, because no matter how much damage reduction you have, no matter how much barrier you have, if your base life is not enough, then it is not enough, right? That is something that we gotta fix. Oh, yesterday we actually did this here in the pit 115. We did like in 6 minutes left. We have gotten stronger, chat, because now we have like 9 minutes left currently. Far too nice. Hello, Mr. Who's it? It's the water caster. So we're gonna freeze that water caster, and then you have your golem hopefully attack him. You're just gonna, like, you don't even have to use your ability here anymore now, so your ability is just bonus, right? You can just watch your golem beat him up, because the auto attacks of the golem are actually doing trillions of damage. While the auto attacks are doing trillions of damage, it's also that your Like, do you see this shadow damage here over time? That is from my golems doing trillions of damage. So whenever he does this trillion, it also puts a stack of damage over time on him. And that's like 80% of the damage, I think, is damage over time. So he's currently taking like 300 billion per tick. Right? So you do like that trillion, he's like 300 bill, 300 bill, 300 bill, 300 bill, 300 bill, 300, 300. Slamming into him. Very useful. Okay, so we got the +2s here. Again, because we're 115, so I can actually +2 this, +2 that, +2 this here. Also 3 times. That's what we're doing it. And then we're obviously pushing the golem further because golem is our main damage. Does Eldraine only drop in Undercity? Eldraine can drop anywhere in the world. Okay, what can we do with the amulet now? Because we found a really, really good amulet to craft on. This one here. So we're going to have to remove the resistance. By the way, should we do another crafting video for the Horadric Cube? People have been asking. Do you need another one, chat? A refresher where we go over the craft of every single item? And we're going to remove the core skill as well. Okay. So that's that. We need a damage one. All damage multiplier. I prefer shadow, but I can take all damage. And we need another one that's intelligence. Remove that again. Intelligence. Actually, let's keep intelligence for now and reroll, add another offensive one. Attack speed. No, I don't need attack speed. Now I could reroll the attack speed. That means I need to go for focus reroll onto the core aspect. Okay. And the basic idea would be that you can reroll the intelligence into a skill rank usually, right? So you can be corpse skills, but I would need minion skills or golem skills. Darkness works as well. Actually, darkness works. Yeah. And if I now take the all damage, I can reroll the all damage at the attack speed into vulnerable damage. Thank you. So look at this amulet now compared to the one I currently have. My current one is also good. It got crit damage multiplier, right? I get the vulnerable damage one. I get the minion skills, but it has the int. This one has all vuln, crit, and darkness skills. Darkness skills works because my golem is a darkness skill.
Step up to my anvil.
Then we're gonna masterwork first. This is a little trick. Why do you masterwork first? Because now I can aim for the critical strike damage multiplier. So I'm not necessarily sure. Darkness skills is not as useful as critical damage multiplier because critical damage multiplier is 25 more, while the one skill rank is only... Yep, is only 14 more, so... Nice. Really good amulet. Love to see that. Put a hole in. Last time I forgot to put a hole in. Balls Big Brother, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Also here. Thank you for that drive-by from the YouTube. I need a diamond in Grand. And I need that badly. So question, do we keep this amulet? Betas! I'm going to temper on not cooldown reduction because I've been using cooldown reduction before, but in the current version I'm playing, I can actually temper on crit damage. Thank you very much. And then we can put on, let's actually keep this one. Diamond. You think I will be able to kill Lilith fast enough with 2 billion hits at tier 8? Yeah, yeah. But you, like, don't stress it. Just take your time. I mean, there's no singular reason why you're trying to rush her down. Just take a chill pill. Aspect.
Mainlander?
Reanimation. Still not max rolled.
Fate must have
And then we need to Kalian Tuning Prism this one. There's a couple we can use here. So you could, for example, go for... You apply more chill and do damage to chilled enemies. Does work. You could go for... Lucky chill against elites. Consuming corpses has a chance to form blood orbs. Charge damage has a chance to deal increased damage. Fear and immobilize for 1 second. You know? It's not bad. Thing is that I don't know how much lucky hit the golem has. Actually, it shows the lucky hit on the golem by now. 22. Interesting. Casting bone skills gives you resistances. That one is actually nice. Then we got lucky hit chance for shadow skills. These are all not what I need. I need... Wow, we're really not getting a single one good. That's lucky hit chance to form a corpse. We did not configure this, right? Because now I have lucky hit chance to form a corpse on that with 30% bonus damage. That means on my boots, I can now put a different aspect. And then I have 2 choices here. I could do exploiters. It says 50% bonus damage against unstoppable enemies. Right. What we need to do now is check our mercenaries. Mm-hmm. Yabba-dabba-doo. Doom Torturer, no. What we're usually going for here is a simple boss summoning cache, salvage cache.
Did I count it out?
Boss summoning cache. Boss summoning cache. Boss summoning salvage. Boss summoning cache is obviously OP here. So useful. Ooh, Edge Masters. Look at that. End max life, damage over time. Damage over time being sad, though.
As that carries a 1.
It's a better aspect, but we don't need it. I'll probably never get that aspect max now. It's a layer boss key. Is a layer boss key a greater layer key or a superior? It's a greater layer boss key. Okay, now we're gonna have to go for... Where's Diablo filters? Have to go for Maze of King Lyric is Zabucha. Zabucha drops a couple of items that I want, so let's go for him. And check if we actually see more damage. The barter's not on the map. You need to get the bartering vendor out of the... Like, you need to talk to her in the Den of Mercenaries first. So our goal right now is to see how much more damage we're going to deal with a Word of Reanimation. Because obviously we had good damage before, but now we should be dealing more. Oh, that was a big hit. Okay, I'm doing so much more damage. Damn, that's nasty. Chest armor with triple greater affix. I need a King Lyric's maze. Because a chest armor with triple greater affix is useless. I mean, like, what did I say useless? But it's just literally nothing we need. Oh, wow. All chest armors with greater affixes. Wow. I feel like we get robadoodled there, chat. The word is robadoodled. We need this one here with a greater affix, either to Golem or to crit damage. Like, anything, right? My golem is just doing more damage now. He's nasty. Big nasty. An amulet with 2 greater affixes, also useless. Come on. Like, I've gotten everything with greater affixes now but a Maze of King Leoric. How can that be? How can that be? Okay, so Red Blessing, we're going to keep that, though. We're going to keep the triple greater affix one as well, because I mean, it would be a shame to not keep these, right? I'm only going to open one again. Why only one? Because I have a limit of greater lair keys, but also we want to get the Belial invasions more likely. Now, my goal would be obviously to get a mythic from him. And in case you didn't know this, but the Butcher, for some reason, has been dropping the most mythics of all of the greater lair bosses. I don't know what it is, but like whenever oh goodness, he just went way too fast in that mode. Whenever I fight him, he's the one that gets me the mythics. See, he went way too fast in that mode. Sometimes it's useless. So yeah, as we notice currently with the actual addition of the Vex over the wolves, we are getting in more trouble. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben. What we need, for example, right now is this one, greater affix life, right? We need these boots also greater affix life. Preferable this one with a greater affix life, but that's not going to happen. That's the maze with 1 greater affix at least, I guess. Let's be greedy. Go for that one as well. That's greater affix to intelligence. I don't feel so well, Mr. Stark. But I guess we also have to find one that has the max roll on the... we need to find one that also has the max roll on... Oh, resource generation. That's insane. Our resource generation is insane. Well, we need that for the... Bone Spirit build, if I want to make it. Not sure if we're going to make the Bone Spirit build this season around. I mean, it's a fun build. I really like it. No Belial invasions on my watch, as it seems, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just see. So, I ran total 0.36 times to get my unique. I got every single other unique in his drop pool like 5 times, but not mine. Yeah, these happen. Okay, that's maximum life, greater affix, which is great. But as I said, I'd prefer if the weapon damage was now maxed out, right? I mean, look at my thing has not even a crit damage multiplier, right? So optimally, I would get maximum life and then reroll the int or something into crit damage multiplier. Preferable. It would be great if I had a crit damage multiplier base, right? And I could reroll the intelligence or something. So what we have to do is we have to keep these greater affix ones and then probably mash them into each other. This one has a greater affix essence regeneration, but actually I need that for a different build. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly. I wasn't looking to open this one, but here we are. Set charms might still be my favorite noise in the game. What share are you feeling, Chad? But chat charms just sound beautiful when they drop. Come on, beat him. Sometimes he does noxious high damage. Sometimes he just doesn't. Did you know that it took me an embarrassing long amount of time to figure out that you can actually do what I did there? An embarrassing long amount of time. Finally, we get invaded. That's taking long enough. Oh, I think we just skipped his middle phase because he instantly starts summoning these red thingies. 3 lair boss keys. They should be superior lair boss keys, right? Damn, 3 superior lair boss keys from him? Holy. That's a decent invasion, Chan. Right? Okay, we're going to take another Ancestral one, because the goal right now is, if I slam in all these Ancestrals together, right, we're going to get something good out of it. That one has all damage golems, so we're going to take 1, 2, 3, and then recycle unique, and we get one that is shit. Great. Do you know what the quickest way is to get keys if you don't have the DLC? Which keys? I mean the superior lair boss keys. You gotta kill bosses and get invaded by Belial. I mean, getting invaded by Belial is the superior way to get these. This is the guaranteed way, right? Everything else is just random. I mean, at least with these now, I can get my Pandemonium Fragments to upgrade another ring. Oh, come on, Maze. The problem is, I'd rather take these lair boss keys now and use them actually on our friend. I'd take the lair boss keys and I'd like to use them on Belial, so I get the Maze likelier. The problem is I can't do that, right? We gotta kill the Reaper. There's no way I will use this any other way. Omen of Pain. Never gonna be worth it. I mean, there's generally no world where you will ever use that. Okay, let's do one more. How many do I have? 12 more keys. Let's go down to 6 keys. Okay, chat, 6 keys. This isn't worth playing. It's certainly fun. But it's certainly fun, but it's not worth playing for the new seasonal mechanic. So if you want to play the new season, you should play it because you like Diablo. You know, you think Diablo is a really fun game to play, which it is. Then I do believe the new season is very worth it. But if you don't like Diablo, then no. The way to increase minion attack speed, yes, minions get your attack speed. So if your attack speed is 100%, the minion attack speed is 100%. Okay, one more kill, one more potential Belial invasion. Two, three, four. Okay. I'm gonna ask something. Asking questions. Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out. Oh, Belial. Belial chat. Yeah. Look at me getting lucky right now. It means we can kill the Reaper a couple of times. Right? Before we kill the... Now, we're actually like... If we get some more keys, we're going to kill the Reaper, right? Once you get your crafted mythic, aren't the Reaper mats sort of useless? Am I missing something? Well, I mean, you get a crafted mythic for one character, sir. But how many characters, how many builds are you playing? I mean, if you don't plan to play more than one character, then yes, absolutely. Once you get your mythic, you're good. But most people, I would say, play more than one character. I'm obviously not the keeper of your conscience, so I can't tell you what you are doing, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Weapon damage. I mean, if I re-roll the intelligence on that one into critical strike damage, it would at least be better than my current one, right? It would still not be what I'm looking for, right? But it would be better than what we're running around with right now. I'm willing to waste bit money. There. It's a minuscule improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. Masterwork this. Hit the crit. Thank you. Then temper it to hit the chance. Thank you. And after socketing it, we can actually get ourselves the... Transfigure. We get it upgraded. We get a temper. Transfigure. My last transfigure was indestructible. This one is life one hit. Life one hit. Oh, I can transfigure it again. And I got indestructible. Ah, look at the game just teasing me, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the game just teasing me. Not happy about that. Let's kick a Zaripa a few more times in the booty hole. Can rework uniques now. You can reroll one stat at the enchanter. One stat. And I think that one stat is actually a good thing because it allows, like, it gives you just some more control over the process. And that is definitely a good thing. Hello, Reaper lady. Reaper lady is like still a really weird fight because she's not really dangerous, but she's just annoying because she just jumps around, right? And then she's not accessible, and then she slows down your poor golem. Look how the poor golem is struggling. He's trying to hit her. So now we're gonna get ourselves our Pandemonium Fragments. As much as I want to open the second chest here right now, we're not gonna do that. I'm not sure. Has any one of you, by the way, gotten a mythic from her? Because allegedly she was supposed to give us more mythics, right? But she hasn't done that. Allegedly, she was going to be our source. And one more Pandemonium Fragment. A Litless Wall with coat resistance. Wow, that's useless. I thought we get something good there, but that's a Litless Wall with coat resistance. Might have as well have gotten nothing. Oh, two-handed scythe. That's a really good find. Ah, shit, guys. Do I have to play Colt Minions now? Ah, shit. Do I have to play Colt Minions now? Rattenfänger, good to see you there. Rattenfänger, howdy. We have to. I mean, like, I was wanting to make this anyways today, but now we have a good reason to make it, because getting this item is, like, that's an S-tier find. At least for Necromancer. And the good thing is, it's a find. You know what that means, chat? I can equip this together with other mythics. So yes, I did actually get this now. Ergo, I can use it together with others. Rattenfänger. Very good to see you there. Appreciate it. I mean, that Diablo doesn't have asynchronous trading. It's just sadness. I'm not sure if they're scared of, like, copying Path of Exile. But it's, like, one of these features that every game needs to have, in my very humble, not humble opinion. I mean, get the fuck... Get the fucking fuck, get you that shit right now. I could craft 4 random uniques, but it's really not worth it to do that. You can only have 1 crafted mythic equipped at a time. Yes, that was communicated beforehand in case you missed it. And I'm currently trying to craft the Pact of Bone in Mythic, because that would be one of the biggest damage gains I can get. I'm actually not sure if there's a better one to craft in Mythic. But realistically, I should go for gloves, because there are no bad gloves to get in Mythic. So when you think about it, like, there are no bad gloves to get in Mythic. Her chest is so big, Chan. I mean, you could get word skin, obviously, but okay, like, I'll retract my statement. There's almost no bad gloves to get in Mythic. Almost. I mean, if you get Fist of Fate, you could actually play them because they're decent to play a Fist of Fate. If you get yourself... Pain Gorger's Gauntlets, also many builds that actually play the Pain Gorgers, right? If you get Hand of Nas or the mythic ones, they're good too. So... definitely possible. Infinity Mist? No. Not working. You boycott the season after Ball of Lightning get nerfed into Oblivion. But you know that Ball of Lightning was broken, right? Virtually broken. OP broken. And had to get nerfed because, like, kind of ridiculous it ever existed in that state. Whirlwind Barb is still top. That's because Whirlwind Barb is selling the most skins. What does the B stand for in the damage? Billions. Babillions.
Taken apart. Melted down.
Mainlander?
I do actually have a surprising high amount of dust right now to re-roll my charms. Because I don't need to re-roll charms anymore. Like, right? I have my charms. Like, everything is setted out. The only... I even have one with 4 ranks. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Okay. How many fragments do we have? Pandemonium. We have 7. Okay, so the plan is right now. I'd like to have a Pact of Bones, but the problem is ring uniques are plenty, right? If we're looking at the ring uniques, You could be getting the Omen of Pain. I got the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls, which is just useless. So this is like just another spark, yay. You could be like many stupid ones. So I kind of feel like, what if we go for like what if we go for a Glovey? I'm gonna regret that, but let's see what I'm getting. I got the Gravewalker's Hand. Oh my goodness. Someone shoot me right now. There's actually the worst one to get there. That's another spark. Yay. How many keys do I have left? I have 2 more keys. And I have... Nah. Not enough keys. I remember we got 8 keys today. So I'm actually really happy about that. We've been splurging in keys. So very, very useful. Three of that. Let's kill Lord Zur quickly and then do another PID. So Bloodwave is the move for the strongest build this season. I'm not entirely sure if cult minions are not stronger. However, for cult minions to be stronger, you need like quite some items. I mean, for Bloodwave, you technically only need Casimi's Legacy and you're strong already, right? But cult minions just require a bit more. I mean, you need to have the Bloodless Scream, and you need to have the Hand of Nas or the Gravewalker's Hands, and then you need that, and then you need this, and then when you have all of these pieces, then you can play the make the minions like really good, and then you need to hit 100% attack speed, and you know. Also, not sure how tanky the build actually is, all things considered. Are we opening the chest? Mainly to get ambushed by Belial. I mean, it's really that. If I get ambushed by Belial, that's fire. If I don't get ambushed, then what ifs? He says, like, this is the most common trap that people fall into when they play Diablo. That they pigeonhole themselves into farming one specific thing too much. Like, I could literally now just keep farming bosses, obviously, to get what I'm looking for, right? But instead of doing that, I'd rather, like, do some other things to just have some more fun. Because as much as I want certain upgrades, right, I still also want to enjoy myself. Which means I'm forcibly going to rip myself away from specific content to just go for other things. Oh, I hate that the Red King... Oh, I'm stuck so in the middle. I hate that I have, like, the Red Kings with the lightning shenanigans and with poison. But I really need to fight these dudes because the amount of progress you can get from a few Red Kings is insane. So now we're doing this Pit 115, by the way. Oh, my lord. We're doing this Pit 115 with the... with a new amulet that we put together, right? Poison and lightning early. My absolute bane of existence. Just missing the fire damage here to have a hat trick. This is currently where the wolves are missing, because as you notice, I gotta like walk in a circle around these, right, to make sure I'm not dying. And usually we would have the wolves to do a bit of a tanking for us. I could avoid certain death. Okay, who did put down this much poison? Like, seriously. What is wrong with you? Like, it would be nice if this dude would just stand still and actually, thank you, fight my golem. Okay, that one will chalk up to sadness. If that dude was like standing around and fighting my golem, but he doesn't. Okay, let's see. We're gonna put back in the sea rune because I'll be fair. The rune didn't do anything for us, right? Actually, sea goes. Oh wait. Kel. Sea goes. So sea was down here, and Kui has to go up. My character itself is a little slow. I can make my character faster, but it's not needed on the Necro because I do this if I need speed. Right? I mean, I'm intentionally not having movement speed because what do I need movement speed for? Okay. In the content where I need movement speed, right? I can just do that. And in the content where I don't need movement speed, I'm anyways like standing in place and just walking around and fighting enemies. Because that's like the thing, like when you're doing the pit, movement speed is useless. Right? Because realistically, you're just fighting, wow. You're just fighting one step. We're actually 27,000 life. You're fighting one style of opponent and not more. And that's good, right? Whereas if you're like in the Helltide, if you're in the Undercity, like that kind of stuff, that's where you need speed and that's where you just run, right? That's a little to dodge things. I mean, optimally, you're so tanky that you don't have to dodge things that much. I say optimally because, again, I'm playing Necro, and Necro doesn't do optimally in that regard. One weakness of the Necro. I mean, optimally, I also do not have to stand, like, right next to our opponents. So, realistically, I'm going to stand here while I watch my Golem just do his thing, right? I don't have to walk in there. No reason for me to walk in apart from seeing the damage numbers, and that's also the reason why I actually walk in. So I want to see the damage numbers, right? But I can also just stand back here and have my Golem do all the thing. So if we're playing this the way it's intended to be played, then we would hold back. The only thing we gotta look out for is when our Blight holds things together, which is also our only pull together currently. Starting to see why people call Necro squishy. No, I know why people call Necro squishy. I mean, like, if you're interested in pit pushing, Necro is just not the chart to go for. In all reality, if you want to have it relaxed, right? Because Necro is just, in that case, not comparable to the other classes. I mean, if you just want to play the game normal, casually, relaxed, right? If you want to farm like Torment 10, 11, even Torment 12, you're fine. The problem becomes apparent when you try to push hard. That's where you really notice something is not adding up, you know? That's always my topic. Like, you don't just notice it as the casual player that much, and as the pusher you notice it, but how many people are pushers? Right? How many people really get to the point where they notice that this is... I mean, this doesn't make it better, right? Okay, so the most important part is this doesn't excuse for the failure in Blizzard's side to make characters tanky. It's just like a fact that I guess it's not as much of a problem as technically. Okay, this is the fastest we're going to be doing this one here. Yet. So we're not going to hold for 3 dudes. 3 dudes are not enough. Oh, 4 trillion. I think we haven't done a 4 trillion yet. Not entirely sure. I think 4 trillion is new. I see the Rend barb is better for pushing high tier, and we seem more fun than Whirlwind. I mean, I personally never liked Whirlwind. The only barb I want to play is the Ancient Barb. Oh, Heart of Stone went out of my inventory. Don't like that. Aha! Die, stupid elite. Oh, wow. What hit me there? Like a train. Okay, what do you have, little spider thingy? It's just normal dudes. This is the fastest we have done. Hit 115 so far. The new weapon is working, ladies and gentlemen. New weapon and amulet are doing their best to put the numbers down. Awesome. They also did make us tankier, so that's nice to see. We're still far away from ultimate tankiness, though. I guess if I make my new chest piece, because I have a chest piece that has a greater affix to life. If I make that one, I should be good. Probably. We could also get a Litless Wall that instead of cooldown reduction goes for life, preferable. And we took cooldown reduction that we have like Bone Storm active all the time. But I'll be honest with you, like the way how I play this right now, we don't need the cooldown reduction. So we get away with it. I mean, we still want a certain amount of cooldown reduction so we can use our Golem ability. But you kind of don't actually want to use your Golem ability that much because sometimes it's just better to watch him beat enemies. You know, you just let him do his thing. It's actually more efficient than having him use his ability. Do you think we'll get a new class on the next expansion? Oh yeah, we will definitely get a new class on the next expansion. What it will be, I couldn't even like start guessing. I hope it would be something new because honestly, why keep making like old classes, right? I mean, it's nice we get the Paladin, don't get me wrong, but the problem with the Paladin is that people are never going to be happy. People always have like this amount of nostalgia they're working with. So now they're looking at Paladin, they're like, but in D2, my Paladin did this and this, but my Crusader, but my Paladin. So you give them the nostalgia, and yet they're just, despite of that, going to be unhappy. So might as well make something new for the people that are not suffering those issues yet. Dude, this is how it should be. The boss is there. My minion has the aggro. He's beating him. He's doing a lot of damage. Everything is fine. No one has a reason to attack me because I'm just the little Necromancer dude that's standing in the back. I don't even know what hit me there. Something poisoned me, but I don't know what poisoned me. Right? Realistically, I get hit by something. I don't know what it was. What's their name is. Please give me a cooldown. Thank you very much. Good. He's just going to die to the damage over time as well. Don't have to do anything anymore. Okay, So we got ourselves 1, 2, 3. So that's 106. That's the highest we have currently. Then we got the Essence Cliff also. We could pretty much also push Eliminator to get things higher, right? Warlock is new, but you really don't want to play him. But Warlock is so much fun. Bruv. Warlock hater. I think we get a war plan higher. That allows me to go for Dog of Astaroth now. It's pretty good. Okay, grand amount of... Here, this one. Okay, the grand amount of salvage, guys, gave me 2... Resplendent Sparks. In case you weren't aware, but it works. 2 Resplendent Sparks. I think they'll have expansions until we hit level 70. Yeah, I'm not 100. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to keep increasing our level. I mean, right now we're leveling faster than ever, but like also with increasing levels, they also have to give us more skill points, and we already don't have anything to spend them on. Right? Because let's be fair, yes, we have skill points, okay, Chad? But the biggest problem with the skill points right now is that spending them feels a bit meaningless. Right? Because you're spending like the cool points for variety. Okay, step 1, cool points for variety. But as soon as you have spent cool points for variety, you're just back to spending points for making existing skills stronger. Right? So it starts like kind of exciting, right? Like in the beginning, you choose your first grinds and that kind of stuff. And then it just goes away and stops being exciting. Yeah. The thing is, it is better now than it was before. However, it still needs another pass. What I personally was expecting when I heard about new trees, I was hoping that we get 1 skill, sure, the passives, then you get 1 skill to choose from here, and then you get another, right? Even more. And instead of removing the key passives, I was hoping that they would give us key passives, and these key passives would have their own mini skill trees. Because right now the key passives were actually a cool expression of, I will play minions, and then I'll take the minion key passive, right? And then they could have made the minion key passives here at the bottom, and they could have each given a key passive, like a specialization, an own little skill tree where you can spend further specialization points, right? That would have been really cool, in my eyes. Not that the current one is bad in any way, but it just could have been so much more, right? It shows that they're going in the right direction, but they didn't do enough. Like, it always seems like they're doing the bare minimum that everyone is happy, but they're not doing enough to really show a great vision. Now, again, maybe I'm expecting too much, right? Maybe I'm just high horse complaining, but I was just hoping for a little bit more. Especially with the key passives, right? Because that was cool. It might be that I'm a bit tainted from, what is it called again? I'm a bit tainted from Path of Exile, because I do actually like the specializations in Path of Exile, right? You ascend, you become like a warrior becomes a titan, a sorceress becomes a stormweaver or whatsoever, right? And I was kind of like envisioning a solution like this. So you would be a minion necro, and then you would choose the minion specialization, and that minion specialization would then give you cool things to do with your minions even more, right? You can then spend 4 out of 8 points in a little skill tree, and you get to choose if you want to make your minions darkness or frosty or triple golems, like that kind of stuff, right? Doctor, I mean, I think the Reaper's going to stay now. I would assume. Right? I'm not sure if the upgrade to Mythic is going to stay. I mean, as much as I think the upgrade to Mythic is not too exciting, it would be great if it stayed in the game. Because at least it's something to grind for. Are you up early or super late? Neither nor. For me, it is 12 a.m. So I'm up decently decent at a decent time in a decent place. Right? It's 5 a.m. here. Well, Noximus, what the fuck are you doing? Like, no, I'm not the culprit here. You're the culprit. I'm like perfectly normal. You're the weird one. Look at you. 12 p.m. you mean? Well, I mean, yes, 12 p.m. Sorry. Currently, it's 11:52 a.m. More stash? Well, the reason you're not getting more stash is because Blizzard's coding is shitty and it will break the game to give you more stashes, and that is actually the truth. I'm sorry to bring these news to you, but the game would literally break if they gave you more. Okay, let's try a tower in 115, chat. That would pick us in the top 10. So... I died to something. Oh, it was ball plus stones. Ow. Instant redo. I want a vampire character. I'm sad we never get the Blood Knight. I mean, they have the Blood Knight. I know it exists. It is in Diablo Immortal. Where is our Blood Knight? I know you don't want to copy Diablo Immortal, but I want you to copy Diablo Immortal. Recognition, every ARPG has bullshit instant death. Every single one. And on-death effects are also a problem. So don't worry. We're plagued by this throughout all the genres. I don't really know how a tower strategy, by the way, looks like, because I never played the tower. Like, if I just try to farm elites and ignore normal enemies. Because normal enemies, they don't give you, like, progression blips. So I'm not even sure if I should kill these guys here. Or if I should just, like, here, wait to get elites. Even though these are probably some of the most annoying elites in the universe. So I really don't want to fight these guys. I mean, they have poison and lightning. This is literally, like, the worst that could happen. But I guess I'm just going to murder them now. Oh, 3 trillion. We'd love to see it. Oh, and they have Avenger too. Yay. Let's create, like, really dangerous, ginormous, elite dude. Bro bandy dandy andies. It's like, if you kill an elite now, correct? Then you get the progression blips. So do you now only kill elites? Or do you kill things? I know, pretty generic question, but for someone who never plays the tower, actually an important piece of information required. I know if I can kill enemies close to a pylon, I'll do that, right? Because the pylon could be cooldown, it could be power, and that's actually really good. Especially when you, like, just have, like, this elite, dude spawning on you, then I have, like, no downside of doing this, right? Because I'll pretty much kill these and I'll get the cooldown. Cooldown is actually really cool for the golem because cooldown allows me to spam the ability of the golem more. have my dude jump in, and then jump in, and then jump in. Necro is a little Blood Knight. Yeah, but no. I mean, the sad part is that all the Necro blood skills, the only one that remains good is the Blood Wave. The rest was neutered to non-existence. Okay, these elites did not drop progression orbs. I feel scammed. What was that, chat? No progression orbs for poor Ponyhoff. Oh, shit. Okay, please fight around the pylon so we could get a power pylon, maybe. Thank you for the progression orbs. Power pylon. Let's go. Now I would preferably have to find a bunch of elites, right? To see my Golem go super boom. That was a 5 trillion hit. See, like this is what you obviously want to have when you have a power pylon. Well, that lightning is going to be disastrously dangerous for me. The progression orb. Snuckaroony. Oh, another. I think we're going to see Pit 150 this season. I mean, I have seen like a Necromancer now with 4 mythic. Okay, like Abyss Walker asked that again after this, because after this we can actually look into the leaderboard and I can tell you why it is probably unlikely, right? I mean, there's a natural progression to gear. Obviously, not everyone has perfect gear on day 1. Not everyone has perfect gear on day 2, right? There's more to be gotten. There are more outlandish rolls to be had. But there's just a limit to how far something can possibly grow, right? And I think this is like that's something that we can look at when we now look in the current leaderboard and how well the top builds are already equipped and what we could expect for them power-wise to put on top to then see where could they go for, right? Ghost Chiller, you just finished the Necro leveling build. I'm happy to hear that. I hope it all went well. So he's, by the way, that dude is already damaged enough to die. So I don't actually have to do anything anymore. He has all the shadow damage over time on him. So he will just die over time. The problem is, like, the shadow damage over time here is like 200 billion damage takes, right? So we still have to probably kick him in the nuts to send him off. Golem, where are you? Oh, this is a little bit dangerous. There was many elites. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love it when they're all together, because when they're all together, my Golem is just really, that's where he shines, right? Because he has no limit to how much damage he can deal to masses of opponents. Okay, 3 minutes left. The boss fight should be the fastest part of this. So progression Goblin is probably not worth it. Okay, please fight here in the middle, Mr. Golemon. So, Mr. Golemon, I see. I tell you to go here in the middle and hit everyone here in the middle, right? But since everyone is like kind of spread out, the Golem tends to just run off to a singular opponent, and then instead of finishing that singular opponent properly, or hitting everyone like he's supposed to do, he's just off on a mission. You don't know why everyone is playing Barb or Druid, because Druid is absolutely insane. There are multiple cool builds, and Druid received massive buffs. Plus, Druid is easily tanky, right? So it's quite simple to put Druid into a point where he just feels very... Oh, no. We're going to ignore these. Where Druid just feels very, very good. Barb also effortlessly tanky, effortlessly strong. So again, people just enjoy playing that. Why don't we hold now to fight these elites there? I mean, come on. These elites had like some of the worst enchantments in existence. I was really not looking forward to playing that. Same as these here right now, to be honest. Okay, we're like on a good one, but I feel like we might actually not get it done. Huh? It's 115 still out of reach, chat. Do we still have to upgrade our... We still have to upgrade our glyphs more before we can go further. I mind if I get the progression orbs from this? Oh, lordy mag lord. Okay, so I'm gonna stand back here now. Not gonna interact with that guardian. Just going to have my golem beat him off. I mean, damage is like, again, for bosses, right? I've never been worried about my golem. Okay, sir, why are you even coming in my direction? This is not looking like we have it in a timer, John. Say when we need to upgrade our thingies a bit more to get there. Yeah, I guess one upgrade missing. Or a few multipliers on the side. I guess a 114 would then be possible if I wanted to do that. So now we can do, let's look at the leaderboard. So you're asking, is a 150 possible, correct? Come closer. When you're now looking at the current leaderboard. So let's begin with Barbarian. So Barb is sitting at 132, right? We're looking at the top Barb player here already. He could get the helmet in Mythic, so that's a good one. He does have the aspects max rolled, so that's that. Could obviously get double greater affix items, but in his case, it wouldn't really do much damage-wise. He has the Magnum Opus, so that's a good thing. Can get Gore still, can get T-Bolt's Will still. So these are all vectors he could still go for. This is not greater affix, not greater affix, not greater affix. So probably like another 5-6 tiers possible if the equipment goes further. Then we have here Necromancer, and you get Supernova, who's currently sitting at 1 Bloodless Screams, so he could get more mythics as well, correct? He does have quite some greater affix items. Look at this. This is a 4 greater affix. Like, what the fuck is that, correct? So, has already good stuff, but could still get these as mythics, which will allow him to then go further as well. The same as down here, could actually get that as mythics as well. Quite something. Druid is sitting at 130, right? He does have the that Sork, sorry. She has the Vision of Firestorm. That one could get upgraded. Flicker Step doesn't make. Dragon's Anguish could go up. Again, not many greater affixes here, so more skill ranks possible. So I guess 140 right now from what I see here. Yeah, reasonable, probably 140 around that. Seems like it could work. I mean, Necro, like, if we're looking at my build here right now, we don't have the too crazy stuff, right? I have not a single mythic. So let's do the 114 because the 115 obviously didn't work out right now. Is the upgrade to Mythic random? Yes, the upgrade to Mythic is random. So when you put something in the Horadric, I mean, it's random in slot. So if you put an amulet in, it will turn into an amulet. If you put a one-handed weapon in, it will turn into a one-handed weapon. But it will turn into any one-handed weapon that your class could get, right? which means these upgrades now will take a while. So for the actual pit pushers, they have a reason to technically play every day. Because the more you play, the more keys you get, the more items you upgrade, the more likely you're to get what you want. Now, the biggest issue with that is that the gameplay loop would essentially be spam lair bosses, try to get invaded by Belial, then get the keys to spend on the lady to get yourself Pandemonium Fragments. And I don't think the envisioned gameplay loop does look quite exciting right now, even for the pushers, right? As that is like, you pretty much have to get keys, then spam keys, then press the upgrade button 2 times after killing 10 bosses, and hoping that you maybe get something, don't get what you're looking for, rinse and repeat. So the actual envisioned gameplay loop for this season is really not that hot. There have been definitely better gameplay loops that were a bit more fun. I mean, the one for Chaos Uniques was, for example, just get Chaos Uniques. And these Chaos Uniques were from everywhere, right? So you could get Chaos Uniques from... you can get Chaos Uniques from the... Obol Gambling. You could get Chaos Uniques from just killing bosses. You could get Chaos Uniques from opening chests, right? So that was an exciting gameplay loop because it was like so realistic to get these thingies. While again, like getting the mythics is just not that realistic. Oh my goodness, in comparison, there's just too much damage here right now. But we could do a 114, so that works. Can I sneak your loot filter? DiabloFilters.com, and then you look for Ponyhoff, right? Bone Storm. This is not Bone Storm minions. This is Bone Storm golems, sir. Different than Bone Storm minions.
It only gets harder.
So we only have like minions with us for emotional support. And because they actually do a little bit of some things. So the warriors, for example, they give us a bit more crit chance, right? While the mages provide us potentially with a bit more ferocity. And wow, there's no opponents here? Chat? Okay. Haven't had that one. We're in a tower, and then there's just no one to fight. Great. That was a good start in a tower. Let's just leave that one again and knock him back. You know about Warlock being slow. I'm doing an Apocalypse build with Nether Step. You can go untargetable. Apocalypse is still working, but Warlock is definitely slow in everything he does. I mean, there are fast-ish versions, but the problem is the Warlock casting animations. So it's not the Warlock per se. It's like all his casts are kind of weird. It's almost like he has an inbuilt delay in the stuff he does, right? And that's causing a lot of problems for the Warlock to be perceived as slow. Right? Okay, see, Golem, where are you running right now? There's literally enemies right they're right here on me, at me. And he wants to kill these 2 vile children, right? Like, make it make sense. Stop regrouping them on you. Sir, like, you need to regroup the enemies somewhere. Obviously not on you, but, like, that's the only ability we have for regrouping things. You know, our light works that way. Also, if we're not standing right inside the opponents, I can't see my damage numbers. And if I can't see my damage numbers, then I can't be happy. Golem, come. Thank you. And realistically, we should just turn the damage numbers off to actually see everything in the pit. But realistically, if I turn the damage numbers off, where's the fun in that? I am stuck. Well, I gotta move myself to the other side of the area. And then just stand here. Have my golem kill everything from the ground up without ever getting too close, because all of these are lethal to my existence. It's funny how the difference between like 114 and 115 is that elites feel like they're made out of noodle paper. There's only like one tier, but everything feels just so much more squishy. Okay, Mr. Golemon, please come here to the pylon. Exactly. If you fight something, fight it here at the pylon. Very good, Mr. Golemon. You're doing this amazing. Speed pylon! That was useless. Ja, bitte, kleines Mädchen. Wo geht ihr hin? Warum verlasst ihr mich? Ihr geht in Huma shoppen. Wow, und warum hast du Süßigkeiten? Hast du der Mama gesagt, dass du erstmal was zu essen brauchst, bevor du in den Huma shoppen gehst? Dann sagt der Mama, du brauchst erstmal was zu essen, weil du hast nicht so viel gefrühstückt. Ach stimmt, du hast ja noch ein Brot gegessen. Okay, ich nehme alles zurück. Viel Spaß bei eurem Ausflug. Kauft nicht zu viel. Ja, habe ich gehört. Viel Erfolg. They're going shopping, so thank you for your Prime Subs, chat. Yeah, my girls are all going shopping. Appreciate it. Dankeschön, Dankeschön. Let's check our latest YouTube video. Yeah, it's running good. Okay. No panic. Everything is fine. I'm playing minions with Bloodless Scream Mythic. Is Giga fun too? I have the Bloodless Scream Mythic, so we're gonna also make the minion build to compare. Like, don't get me wrong. We're not playing Golem because Golem is the best minion build. We also didn't play Army of the Dead because Army of the Dead is the best Necro build. We played Army of the Dead because I love playing Army of the Dead. We're playing Golem because I love playing Golem, right? But we're still going to also experiment with the other builds because despite like loving these builds, I know that you guys sometimes want to have the strongest. So obviously I will also get you the strongest, right? But I just play these builds because I like them, right? They're fun for me to play. And going into the leaderboard with something just because it's strong is not necessarily intriguing for me, right? I like to go into the leaderboards because something is also just fun. Would you go for Necro or Druid? If you want to min-max one build, Necro or Druid, I would probably go for Necro, honestly. Because and then play Minion Necro, so the Cult Minion Necro, because there's a lot to min-max there. Like, you can get the Bloodless Scream in Mythic, which is super powerful, by the way. You can, and on the way to that build, you could also play the Army of the Dead build that I played before. So pretty much start with Army of the Dead, then transition into the full Minion build. Especially when you're gambling two-handed items into Mythics. There's a chance for you to either get the Bloodless Scream or to get the Zer's Blade, and Zer's Blade is actually like really powerful. I got Zer's Blade in Mythic, for example, and that's great because Zer's Blade in Mythic is making the Army of the Dead build so much stronger. Right? Okay, these elites here are merely annoying, but then again, which elite isn't? So yeah, Necro is definitely something fun to max out. Druid also But like if you like summons, then Necro is in a good place. Would you like some on-death effect on top of all the effects that are anyways on the screen? Yes, yes, please. I would. I would genuinely like to. Okay, are we just doing the 114 slower than we did the 115? Well, I did suck, so that's that, right? Realistically, I did suck. Okay, no enemies? So unless we're now finding like a bunch of elites that I can nuke like really quickly, then we're not even getting this one done. Interesting enough. Well, then we'll have to get stronger. Link to the minion build. Which minion build? You mean the cult minion build? I don't have a link to that yet because I haven't made a version of that yet. And we have a link to the Army of the Dead build, and we have a link to the Golem that we're running here, and we will make the minion build today as well, so no worries. I mean, we got it like 12, so minion build is coming. And then after we're done with the stream today, you're actually getting the Golem build video for the people that like the Golem. And then tomorrow morning, you should get the minion build video. And we actually get like Necro covered from all angles. Oh, we get a speed totem again, chat. Wow. That feels bad. Managed twice to get a speed totem. Field scam, man. Okay, if I annihilate these here quickly, then we should get enough progression orbs for the boss. Unless I kill myself. Oh, that was a 5 trillion. We haven't done a 5 trillion before, chat. It's a new high score. Yeah, we did do the prior tier quicker. Interesting. But I guess I died twice. Last time we didn't die a single time. Tomorrow's video is going to be with the Bloodless Scream, probably. Today is going to be Golem for the Golem lovers out there, right? The good thing is that the builds overlap quite nicely. Yeah, okay, so that one ain't it. We died too many times. I've been grinding on Spiritborn this season. I feel like it's slept on. No, Spiritborn is insane. I mean, like, it's definitely not slept on. People know what Spiritborn can do and how strong Spiritborn is. So there is no sleeping happening. People are aware of the strength of the Spiritborn. What we're going to do now is, chat, to avoid death. I got a chest piece flying around. This one. No, that's a lie. I lied to you, chat. Sorry. Personal gain. We got this one. This one had maximum life on it. So my chest piece also maximum life, golem rings, and then it has essence per second. So I can actually take this, impairment reduction out, essence per second in. As I said, essence regeneration in. Thank you very much. Then we can masterwork the defense on. Actually, not the maximum life. The I need one resolve stack because the problem is that you don't have enough resolve stacks otherwise. 8 is not enough. 8 times 4 is not the maximum you're looking for, right? Okay, hello? Would you kind of like to max roll this? No? They intentionally broke like that. You can't masterwork resolve and actually hit the greater affix, right? They removed that. Thank you. Only 2 billion rolls needed. So now we're gonna hit the I mean, preferable, I would hit the golem ranks, right? But realistically, I should go for the max life to be more tanky. Then again, though, this is 500 more max life, and considering all the multipliers that you're getting, 500 more max life is actually plenty.
What do you see? Fate must have plans for you.
That one had Nagu and Kui. Where do you farm the most for possible Forgotten Souls? You just advance in ranks. Okay, so that one has... I mean, technically, I would have to reroll the Essence Generation until it hits 5. But honestly, I really don't want to do that. Because if I now start rerolling this one right until it hits 5, okay, then it's going to take one single reroll. Now, we could transfigure this item. The problem is, if I transfigure it, it could replace one. I got... maximum resolve stacks as a greater affix. Yeah. It's useless. Right now we're sitting at 2,800 life, so that's good. It's a minimal increase, but hey, at least something. Considering that we need more max life, that's always nice. I mean, now our best thing would be tapping probably more into intelligence, because more intelligence is more all damage as well. We still have like a few more defensive nodes to take up here. That one is maxed out. We get here more defensive nodes to take, and we get another 2% life. All life is taken down here. That's more damage that we can get realistically too, but we can get more summon damage here. This is almost at 100% increase, so we should go for... Actually, we should bring this up to 100% increase, because then it's a lot of intelligence more. A Jade Golem. You're actually right, a Jade Golem. I was blind. No, we hit the GA Golem already, so that's useless, because if it hits GA Golem, then that doesn't do anything. It actually didn't bring it up, because it was at 4 ranks, right? So if a GA Golem, that's the biggest robbery, because it can go up to 5. So that's minimally more tanky, but at least somewhat more tanky. I like how we're seeing more trillions from our golem, so that plan has been working out. My goal was to see this man here do regular trillions, right? I mean, last season he was doing double-digit trillions, so, and triple-digit trillions partially. So that's a bit of a sad one, if you consider what he could deal. Why is he so much lower now? Because you lost the overpower stacking. And the overpower stacking is a twofold loss, because it was overpower stacking lost because of the overpower stacking in itself. So the percentages are lowered on the items, but also the overpower stacking additive bonus was lowered. Because before you could get, with the overpower stacking, additive damage in the thousands, right? Bonus. And now the additive damage of the overpower stacking is in the hundreds instead of the thousands. So that's a many-fold damage loss. Get that eliminator up to 100%. That's our main goal now. We're gonna be good. Forget about Soric Wood. That's main. You shouldn't forget about anything. All classes are viable this season. Very viable. All classes can do Torment 12. I mean, this Golem build can easily do Torment 12, right? I mean, again, to kill Torment 12 Mephisto without a problem, you'll need specialized builds again. So, for example, can I kill Torment 12 Mephisto with the with a Golem? Yes, I can actually. However, I would probably, if I was fighting Torment 12 Mephisto, go for the full minion build, because it should perform better for that job. Could you just please stay in there? Like, see, he goes just back to this dude every single time. I want you to stay in there and, like, hit all of these. That would be great. Mr. Golem Man. Thank you. I just hit tier 10. GG. That's beautiful. Oh, I didn't have my Heart of Stone with me. Heart of Stone acquired. My Druid is effortlessly strong this season. They did a bit of a... I think they made the... What is it called again? The Basilisk probably a bit too powerful. I definitely want to see my Boulder build with the Basilisk, because that's going to be fun. I know Storm Shroud is strong, but I'm more interested in Boulder again. When are you going to update your Army of the Dead build online? I already did, sir. I mean, we just yesterday posted a video about it, and then we updated the guide. I'm not sure what update you're looking for. The one glyph and rush all boards with 158 points, as you should. That's always the way to go. Okay, Orb Thief ignored. We're hunting Orb Thieves with Golem, not happening, Chad. Because the Golem is just going to jump onto him, and then instead of chasing him, the Golem is going to start attacking like random opponents around the Orb Thief. So definitely not something you ever want to try. I have tried, trust me. It doesn't feel good. Just goes off on a mission. Oh, please, Mr. Golem, do not change to the Orb Thief. Okay, after we get this done, this is, by the way, our fastest here again. This is good. I mean, we're getting faster with the 115. I guess pit-wise, we could probably clear almost a 120. I say almost a 120 because I'm pretty sure it's not possible yet. For 120, I would probably have to push my glyphs higher and definitely get one of the mythics. I mean, if I get the Pact of Bone in mythic, that would be huge, because the Pact of Bone is our... Like, that's a twofold thingy. It gives us crit chance and it gives us crit damage. But I think if you have the Pact of Bone in mythic, then you're, like, guaranteed... Oh, this is almost, like, 2 minutes faster right now. Nice. So if you have the Pact of Bone in mythic, there's, like, more regular crits, more damage, more everything. Are we going for regular mythics? No. There's not a set. I mean, the only regular mythic I think that's right now good in builds is like the Pelican Crest still, right? Because skill ranks are just pure damage, and since you get all skill ranks, depending on the build, it could just be amazing to go for it, right? That's where I honestly think like Harlequin is probably the way to go. Oh, this is good. Like I am in a corner where I'm getting poisoned. And I have multiple opponents being annoying towards me. But hey, my golem is somewhere in there. Just wrecking havoc, right? Not sure who he's fighting against. He's fighting against someone there. I see damage numbers. Chan. I don't think he's actually fighting the boss, right? The boss is just Fringe going to get hit by him. Like by accident, maybe. I see like the golem now wants to kill this guy, and now I think we're finally ready to take on the boss. Chan. Now after all of, no, this guy needs to die as well. Very important. Like you gotta kill him. And now we can take on the boss. So after all of these opponents have been taken care of, he has the singular focus to go for it. Come on, hit him, hit him. And he's dead. So now it's just a matter of time. Time we don't have. Done though. Good. Let's hand that in. Then we're going to get our eliminator up to 100. So it's actually at 100% because then it doubles every single node to 10, right? Giving us more intelligence, which is amazing. Yeah, Diablo, we know it's really hard to not crash. Anyone, like, has this gotten worse for anyone else? Because today it's particularly terrible. Game hasn't crashed, no worries, Chan. It's gonna take 20 business days. I mean, what we could definitely close in the background is this, because it's actually eating, like, a lot of RAM. That one, Photoshop, is a RAM-hungry motherfucker. That's crazy. A RAM-hungry mother trucker. So we get that one to 100 now. Oh, wow, great. We just got rid of it to have it happen again. Ooh. So we have the Bloodless Scream, ladies and gentlemen, and we have everything for the minion build. Other minion build. The best part is that we have this amulet here, right? That is a very good amulet, and I can just use that for the minion build. Right? This is 1-to-1. I can just use it for it. Which is great. Okay, we wanted to go back now that we have this to 100 to the pit 114. I just, a principle, need to put the golem somewhere in there, right? My D4 has never crashed. My D4 also has never crashed. That doesn't mean it hasn't stuttered like an absolute bitch, right? But crashing? No, it has, like, literally never crashed. It just freezes for like up to 3-4 minutes, right? And doesn't move like a single inch. And not only the Diablo, right? It actually freezes your whole PC. Which is the worst part about it. Oh, you one PC freeze? No problem. Hello, Mr. Gobbo. Okay, after this one, no matter how it goes, by the way, chat, we're going back to doing normal content. So I'm sorry for so much pit and tower and that kind of stuff. No loot, no excitement, no upgrades, right? We've just been trying stuff.
That goblin might have made the difference.
That goblin might have made a difference. I disagree. Like a soft reset of the GPU. It's more like a memory leak happening inside the game. I mean, never try to play Diablo with like less than 64 gigabytes of RAM too. It's looking good. When we're fighting here on top of a pylon, huh? By the way, are you happy how the tower is, chat? Are you actually playing the tower? Are you enjoying the tower? Is the tower something you do? Or are you completely ignorant of the tower and don't have like a singular... Okay, why am I getting spawned like all the way at the start of the map? Or have you like no interest at all in the tower? I mean, most people I reckon don't because, well, I mean... Unless you're actively try-hard pushing, right? I don't think that you're gonna... Jesus, that guy's chasing me. Do you have any hope of achieving something in the tower? Try harder? I'm trying harder, but the problem is that everything is, like, hunting me instead of my dude, my friend. I'm not sure if people played like the gauntlet more than the tower. Oh, it's this one. It's this this ground pound that's hunting me down again. Weird. Yeah, I do tower only for caches, exactly. I mean, do you even need to do tower for anything else? There is just a cache you can get every week. I think most people don't even know that you can get a cache every week. There's a cache in the tower, chat. And it's actually a good cache. It gives you quite some loot. So surprisingly worth it for just doing a random tower in between. How do you make gold in the game, Bash Knight? In case you have missed the video from this morning, which you did, you make gold by going into escalating nightmare dungeons. But you gotta make sure that you have specific points because there are specific points in your activity trees that make this even better. But if you then do escalating nightmare dungeons, you can get 200 to 300 million gold per escalating nightmare. And on my Necromancer, an escalating nightmare takes me around 10 to 15 minutes. So I started my morning with 514 million gold. And if I now needed some more gold, I would just do that escalating nightmare again. It is such a safe way to actually do it, and it's like just simply the best way to honestly do it. So yeah, escalating nightmares. Don't have an escalating nightmare sigil, you can just make one in your Horadric Cube, FYI. Super simple, quite efficient. Any recommendation for a fun build to start with? Army of the Dead Necromancer, Lightning, Storm, Druid. You can do Ancient / Whirlwind Barb, however you feel like it. Poison Spirit Born. There is a Penetrating Shot Rogue, but you gotta enjoy Rogue. I always feel like Rogue is not easily enjoyed unless you know a lot about the class. Paladin I wouldn't necessarily recommend because Paladin still, despite being good, feels nerfed. And that's just never good, right? Or you can do Horadric Storm Room and gives you one guaranteed. That's actually wrong. The Horadric Storm Room does not give you one guaranteed. It is a chance, a high chance, but it's not a guarantee. It's just a false piece of information. I know this information was propagated like in season 12, but the guarantee is actually not a guarantee, and was a lie for many creators. Just in case you didn't know that, now you do. Don't get lied to. What creators would say things that are not true for gain in videos on the internet? Preposterous, Pony. How can you say something like that? My creator would never lie to me. You've gotten it every single time, so you figured it was guaranteed. Well, it is a very high chance, because that's the purpose of Horadric Strong Rooms to a degree. It was to actually get you these sigils, right? But it was never a certainty and always a RNG. I don't know. Oh, that earth pound. That earth pound killed us there, chat. No, I have troubles. It's also that one. Okay, is this thingy that I seem to have like actual trouble seeing. You know, that giant floating ball of death and destruction got me once again. Ah, it's earthquake, I guess, right? Now I at least know what kills me. It's called earthquake. And the only thing I have to do to avoid it is to not get like hit by a gigantic ball of death and destruction that I should definitely see. Okay. What Torment are we on right now? We are currently sitting in Torment 11, but that has nothing to do with the tower. Also, I could go into Torment 12, but Necromancer has technically some squishiness issues, and since we're farming mostly Helltide, I don't see a reason why I would accidentally die in Torment 12, right? Imagine that. Accidentally dying during your favorite farm. Losing all your threat. We wouldn't want to have that, would we? Okay, so if we kill these here quick, then I should be getting the boss. There's the boss now. So like his HP difference to the tier 115 boss. Remember how we fought the tier 115 boss, Chad? How much HP that douche nozzle had. Now compare the HP that the 115 boss has in comparison to the 114. I should have still avoided death. That would have been good. Come on, a bit more damage, sir. Where's the DPS? Oh my goodness, we're gonna be 1 second short, shot. Oh, failed. Okay. Well, at least I know we can do it if I haven't died. So now after doing this, what do we want to do? We wanted to make this better. Torment has 10 minutes left. So let's quickly, yeah, we're going to finish the war plan. Then we're going to push the two pits, and I will need, let's check if I need to level glyphs quickly. We got, no, we have everything leveled that we need to level for the build, which is good. Still go for different stuff, but we have like the warrior, we have the mage, because from leveling our Army of the Dead build, we also have leveled what we need for this build, like for the full minion build. The only thing I'll need to change is my chest piece, I think. Because a chest piece with golem ranks is useless, I reckon. But that means I can go for a more defensive chest piece. I wonder if I can get minion ranks on a chest piece. Oh no, I can use my old one. I can use my old one. My heavenly strength one. Yes. I can do that. Because I have the chest piece still from the Army of the Dead Necro, right? And that one is sufficiently useful for what we're doing. So we need to get our Wrath up, our Rage up, but we don't think we'll get that up in time. Yeah, I mean, never say never. We could just clear this one. I mean, preferable, you're looking for 2 of these here, right, that are relatively close by. Because if you get 2 of these that are close by, what's going to happen is that they will overlap. And you can actually tap just into multiple tiers, and it will just spawn multiple, like just way more opponents at the same time. All right, and then you have like the left tier opening, and you have the right tier opening, and all of that, and it's just going to spawn enemies into you. Potentially nasty. What's the next build you're going to do? So we're going to today, on top of the Golem, do the full minion build. So the actual cold minion build, the cold shadow minion build mix. And on top of that, the next character we're planning is Druid, where we're going to start with Boulder Lightning Storm mix. And then we'll also try out the Shred Lightning Storm, but we first need to try out Boulder because they fixed Dolmen Stone. And I really need to know if Dolmen Stone actually works the way I want it to work. Because obviously my Druid was just able to kill Torment 12 Mephisto without a single problem. It was so fun. Set charm. Our thingy is up. Where is the chest? Chest is all the way down here. Probably going to take me too long to actually run there. Should have actually waited quickly to fill my rage up fully. Because if my rage is fully filled up, my invasion meter is fully filled up, then we could have already gotten like hell worms as we're running down. Slight mistake was made. Are mythic seals easier to find now? Yes. They increase the chances in general for mythic seals to come, which I think should be a thing, right? Because mythic seals are something where you can actually have fun with doing specific builds, and you profit more from having a mythic seal early than having it late. Because if you get mythic seals only at the end of your journey, then you're already done and you have no interest anymore using said mythic seal. So I believe that, generally speaking, like maybe you should even get a mythic seal from the seasonal journey. I'm not entirely sure. What do you think about that, chat? If you get a guaranteed mythic seal from the seasonal journey, that would be cool, I reckon. People said that the Earth set from Dirt is inconsistent. What do you mean with inconsistent? Okay, we're looking to get invaded by worms, and we're not getting invaded by worms. I know there is a worm supposedly down here. And there's one more to the right, but we haven't gotten a single one now. Oh, someone just triggered this and then died. So no wonder we haven't gotten worms, chat, if someone has been spawning them just ahead of me, right? And been stealing all the worms away. The greatest downside of this whole method. What if someone just steals them? I need another Helltide. Oh, thank you for spawning this. Dankeschön. See how quick and beautiful this can go. Now let's go to the upper Helltide so we can get the 250 chest there as well. The build is linked in the description, monkey. Monk, sorry, not monkey. I mean, monkey, the same. One more hairy, one less hairy. Come on, I need one more invasion. Thank you. I need one more invasion and not a random death on top. Okay, 300 cinders. Easy peasy. I love leveling the season, Matty B. Absolutely, brother man. I'm completely with you there. Leveling couldn't be better. I mean, I'm sitting at 223, and that's not even a lot, right? Because we have people who are sitting at 280 already. Right? It's almost like I'm not even trying. Do you know if Blink is fixed for Spiritborn now? Cannot seem to ping pong anymore on Rushing Claw. Well, that's because it was nerfed, sir. You cannot ping pong anymore in the open. So I'm not sure what you're looking for a fix, but it was changed. Yes. Ooh, I got myself a mythical tribute again. I mean, I already went with a mythical tribute, and you know what happened, chat? My golem bugged, and I couldn't do it. Yay. Imagine. Imagine.
What brings you?
Oh, golem. Oh, you lost one of yours? Did I accidentally destroy that? $25 points. See, this is how long we haven't touched this character yet. He's missing 25 points. Mm-hmm. Eight more points into... Okay. That is a save. Orbis 298. I mean, Rob also plays in a 4-man team, consistently sitting in the Helltide, right? And sharing the XP there like crazy. We wanted to... So why Army of the Dead for that mythical tribute? Because it's just not reliant on your minions. So I do have my minions, right? But I don't need them to actually be with me. The only problem we could have is like finding the like killing the goblins, right? This is what I meant about like not needing my golem with me. Right? I'll just press the button and everything dies around. There are no time minions around right now. You just need to find like this guy when you're doing a Undercity, right? And he's plus 90 seconds and that's it. Done. So let's see how many mythics we can get out of one tribute. Because these tributes usually gave you 4 to 5 mythics, right? Especially when you were lucky enough to really get all the spirit beacons unlocked, right? Now we only get 1 portal prankster so far, so that's unlucky. Sometimes these runs happen, but I think they also nerfed like how likely it is to get a mythic out of a chest, right? Why ever they would nerf that? I mean, it's not like you have mythic tributes like M&Ms, right? So you didn't have too many of them anyways. There was like no reason to actually nerf this, right? The portal pranksters into that was again something cool and exciting, and everyone loved it, especially in a season where mythics matter. Seems kind of like counterproductive again to be like, no, you know, we nerfed this because we hate you. The RNG in Soul 7 needs to be higher. No, I severely disagree with that. And the main reason is you're in solo self-found only competing against other people that are also solo self-finding, right? Everyone has the same chances. Everyone is like, right? I mean, with trading, you have like this like, oh, there's not a single mythic drop. Yeah. Great. Great mythic tribute. So in solo self-found, you have like, you know, everyone the same playing field and you just invest more playtime. I mean, you already know that things are just less fortunate because you're in solo self-found. Whereas when you're in trade, you're like, you know, everyone is trading, obviously. Okay, now let's see. We are going back to the golem. Okay. And we're going to do the full minion set. So give me a second. We're going to get ourselves the Bloodless Scream. There it is. Punch 2 holes into it. I probably need it with max life, right? Because we get like max life, we get weapon damage, damage over time multiplier, and darkness skills. I'd say we re-roll that damage over time multiplier, but I'm actually not entirely sure. So let's take a peek here at our friends. Yeah, you would usually re-roll the damage over time multiplier to something else. It just really doesn't make sense to do it any different, right? Wow, he has shadow damage multiplier and crit damage multiplier. You dirty mother trucker. I mean, the thing is that the damage over time actually works, technically, right? But we want to keep the max life to actually be alive. So we're going to take the Bloodless Scream. And I'm going to take that damage over time because I don't like that. And we're going to have the... Could go for shadow damage. But we want to have that 50 crit damage. Thank you. Appreciate it. You're going to masterwork the whole thingy. And we're going to hit the... I prefer the crit damage multiplier over the skill ranks. And we're going to put crit on it. It's so weird that it's like always highest roll, right? But you're still waiting for it to actually get the crit roll. Just gonna mythic Mace of King Lyric. You're very fortunate, my friend. I am still waiting for that one. It is one of the single-hand biggest damage boosts for the Golem build. Okay, I didn't want it anyways, chat. See, like, I don't want this in critical anyways, right? Okay, I never wanted this in critical anyways.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned.
I only have Royal Amethyst. That's a bit of a bummer. Okay, my boots are going to stay my boots. My amulet is actually going to stay my amulet, right? That works. My ring is going to stay my ring. And my gloves are going to stay my gloves. And that's not true. My gloves need to be something different. So now I have to decide if I want to go for Hand of Nas or if I want to go for the Warriors. Because I do actually have the Hand of Nas here. I already prepared that ahead of time, right? With vulnerable damage. And I got it with... I mean, if I take this vulnerable damage and then reroll the vulnerable damage into critical strike damage, that would probably work, right? I would also have the Death Grip. We would have to re-roll the...
This should be interesting.
Barrier Generation. So many different things that we don't want to have. I mean, do I want an all damage multiplier? No. But do I also want to bleed all my money away just for this? No, absolutely not. Can I just get a lot of money new? Yes, I can. That's 27 out of 50. Why don't you just shoot me in the leg anyways? Right? At least hit that crit damage multiplier now. Thank you. And what wasn't that hard, was it? And then here, greater affix. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So these gloves are on. We're also not going to roll with these gloves, so I can just transfigure them. Yep. That brings it up to... Oh, the critical strike damage get greater affix. Nice. That was actually... That turned good. GG. Like it. Very nifty. I mean, we could also... This one is... Wait. Oops, shitty. We need to get the... We need to get the temper. Because I want to also transfigure it, right? Come on, give it to me as a 15! I'm gonna be out of scrolls in a second. Oh, I hate you so much. I hate you with all the love of my heart. All the hate in my heart. With everything in my heart. I know you can crit. Okay, Chan. No critting for me then. I didn't want it anyways to crit, you know? So now we have... Oh, the helmet we need to change. Yes, our helmet is the Undercrown. Where is the Undercrown? There is my Undercrown with also ranks to minion skills. So it's actually like a good one. But I still need that actually in better. I mean, this has 2 to minion skills. The resource generation. Where's the Undercrown from again? Diablo filters. Undercrown is from Duriel. I would say let's kill some Duriel. Before we do that though, I need to check my passive trees because I think we need to redo one. Because we got Wither. So Wither, you're gonna like here Paragon board. So the Wither board is gonna stay. That's insane. But the Golem board has to go away. Which means we have to reset everything. Yikes. Big yikes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go... By the way, if you hold control, right, you can just instantly go through everything. It's quite useful. The only thing it's not good for is making cool noises when you click buttons. Right? So we don't like that. Best way to farm gold or nightmare dungeon escalations. We're going to go for the Ind. Then we're going to put the Mage Glyph in here. Dominate. Ah, mage is up here. So mage is int related, right? So the more int we get, the better it is. Now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's the same in green. We need to go into the Scent of Death because this is different now. Usually we would be going into the other board. But that is now Scent of Death. And we're going to put in the Abyssal. Now, Abyssal is crit related. And it boosts rare. So I need dexterity to boost this, right? This is like the best corner I could go for, right? It's 1, 2, 3, pop, 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 pop. It looks ugly. I hate it. Okay, so I absolutely hate it. This is abhorrent. Like the way how that is working. Like, please, someone, like, you know, shoot me in the leg. I absolutely do not like how that looks. Horrible. Cult Leader. In Cult Leader, we're gonna put Dead Razor. That razor needs just enough in to work, but you need to take the mages here. Good. You have Mythic Hand of Nas as well. It's pretty impressive, sir. I hate you. I hope you step on a Lego and die. Wait, that sounded kind of crazy, but I hope. Totally not jealous. Why would I be? I don't even want a Mythic Hand of Nas. Yeah, exactly. Who wants that, right? Eliminator. Probably here. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. Why would you go from there when I want you? Okay, 2 more points. So that's kind of like the optimal spending spree. Somewhat, right? I'm holding down control to put multiple points at once. Okay, so now that we have this all together, I need to change things in my skill tree. Oops. Because I almost made a mistake here. Let's see. My old build is saying we need to have the mages 15, 15, 15, but this time mages do damage and mages also do damage and then mages do damage. We're going to have our dudes do more damage and our dudes actually have a chance to make vulnerable. That one we don't need. We can still go for the resolve stacking. And yeah, and then we go for the warriors with the thingies. We're not going to play Blood Mist. We still have the Golem, but Golem as an aura now. Because I think the aura is actually buffed, if I'm not completely mistaken. Actually, not... Yeah, I think the aura is working. Let's see. Curse, but curse for ferocity over power stacks, because this is the easiest way to get it. The crit chance, the days we could take, but we don't need the days. We can take the resolve stacking. And then you can actually play this version here with army. And since I'm playing my version in a specific way, it's actually going to be really, really cool. because I'm instantly going to get the cooldown of this one every single time. Yeah. So that's going to be nice. I have 8 more points. We have still this to pull things together, right? Yeah, we get that. We get this to jump around. So just put it in here. Even though it's not really like useful to do that because it doesn't boost anything, but I don't have them to put anywhere else. Yeah. Could actually, instead of the Sever, play probably Bone Cage, and that would be useful. So we did a Pit 115 so far with the other build, right? So let's see how that one vibes now, correct? What we're doing here special in this build is, in comparison to others, we're playing 2 sets, okay, chat? Because the 2 sets actually allow for one thing. They allow me to now use my... Oh, I still have my dudes sacrificed. I'm an idiot. So, like, damage is though there. Like, you see them doing billions, but actually they do 50% less damage. So you saw 131 billion hit from my mage, right? But I still had them sacrificed. Like, oops. Right? So what we're still going to do is we're going to sacrifice the warriors as more damage, but then we're going to use our mages, and our mages are going to still the barrier shadow mages, even though they could be damage over time, but they're anyways doing damage over time already, so they don't really need that. And then we're going to have the golem sacrifice, but also as a shadow golem, right? And now you get your mages as the star of the show. Let me raise some mages here. 9, 10 mages. Make sure that the mages are strong. Pull things together. Probably the saddest part about the minion gameplay is that you're just standing now here and watching. First part is also like you can't really make them all focus like a specific something. Sure, you can point your warriors in a direction, right? But it doesn't really force your dudes to attack in a certain direction. So here, high billion damage numbers, a lot of billion damage numbers especially. They're all hitting nicely. But I missed the trillions for my golem. Right? So we're doing high billions with this like just spontaneously all thrown together. With our weapon that has them freeze thingies and then get even more damage, and that damage multiplier is a lot. What I probably need is also crowd control duration tempers now, because right now I don't have a single crowd control duration temper, and I'd assume that that works quite nicely. Probably the biggest thing I now like just dislike about this, right? You're just standing there. This is it. This is the extent of your gameplay, right? So your minions are minioning. And you pretty much just have to make sure that Army of the Dead is up. That's why I personally dislike the build compared to the Golem. But it's safer, so I'm tankier with this version, right? I just have to stand back here, right? My dudes do everything, and I have especially so many dudes that they also do everything. Two mythic seals back to back at the butcher, but is it the right mythic seal? Oh, I think I have one macabre skill. Actually, my mages also count. No, they don't count as a macabre skill. Yeah. Because I have like 4 ranks to macabre skills on one. How many ranks? We have 41 ranks in mages still. It's a lot. This is like, the progress is there, obviously. I think we're clearing things faster than with a golem, right? Right now. It's just not as exciting. Enemies are not vulnerable despite being... Oh, I made a mistake. Oh, I made a mistake. I put my points different. We're missing out on vulnerable right now. Oops. Oh, I mean, despite missing out on 1 damage multiplier and that not too shabby one, we're good. That means, though, we can actually go for the vulnerable, so that's nice from the dudes. What was the mistake we made? Well, we're usually playing our Iron Maiden makes things vulnerable because that is actually a really simple thing to do. And it's very powerful. Like, enemies get cursed, Iron Maiden, they're vulnerable, done. Right? But we don't actually play that because we need Iron Maiden to give us overpower and ferocity stacks because it's just too simple to do that. And right now we're sitting attack speed wise at 46% with the summon attack speed, with the attack speed from the Pact of Bone. And the bonus attack speed from the Golem, I assume. Mr. Curiosity, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. Curiosity, good to see there. So what do you say, Chad? Over the Golem? From a just a feeling how you like to play it. Because right now I have like all these tiny damage numbers, but I have like no big damage number to look for, right? I mean, I'm happy when I see like these 300, 400 billions pop up, but I'm kind of missing this excitement of 1 Golem go boom, kind of. Are you sure it's working? Yeah, it's damaging. I was in the wow moment. But we're tankier, so I guess that's cool. And we have 10 dudes that do those billions of damage. The Golem AI seems a bit scuffed. The problem is that the ability from the Golem is not a target. Now why is that not a thing? I don't understand. Because think about it. So you have an ability to send your Golem somewhere to do damage, right? So realistically, one would assume if I sent my Golem somewhere to do damage, that then after he dealt the damage, he would attack an enemy in the space where you sent him to do the damage. That's what you realistically would assume because you're a reasonable person and it kind of makes sense to assume that, right? However, Blizzard kind of thinks that the Golem needs to think for himself and just run off wherever he wishes and fucks off to, and then that's like the reasonable behavior pattern of a Golem. Because let me check my notes. It doesn't make sense. Right? I mean, the same goes for the skeletal mages. So you can't actually summon, like you cannot command them, right? So you can actually command only your warriors, but you kind of have the skeletal mage button in your skill bar, right? So why can I not just press the skeletal mage button again if all my mages have been summoned to make them shoot in that direction, or at least target an enemy in that direction? That would at least make sense to me, like, right, when you think about it. Sure, I press the button here again, the mage button, and then that, like, I hover it over an enemy, and then that would put like a mage flare on top of his hat and like a mark of death or something, and he actually gets attacked. Let's see how fast the boss fighting now is here. If my mages, like, again, if my dudes would now just deign to actually attack the guy I want them to attack, right? No worries. They're going to finish up everything around before, and then we're going to finally focus on the boss. You can have your mage's attack with the unique as a warrior. Yeah, but why do I need a unique for that? So yes, you can do a lot of things, sir, but why would I need to do that? I mean, falls again under the, it shouldn't be required, should it? Honestly, the golem was so far more exciting. I mean, despite having the mythic weapon, right? The golem build right now did more damage. That's funny. I mean, the golem has a few more paragon ranks, so that's that, but that wouldn't make the big difference, right? Interesting. So we get the Abyssal, the Amplifier, we get the mages here. Level them up, level them up. Did I put more Paragon points? Where are the mages? We get Eliminator with 120. We get the Debt Razor here. We get the Abyssal there. We get the mages. Yeah, see, they have 95 points of thingy already. I pull some out here. End. Have you tried the gem farming strategy from last season? Still works 1-to-1. Still works. Absolute flawless. So let's actually change our chest piece because we have the wrong chest piece. This is the resolve chest piece, but what we actually need is the heavenly strength chest piece here because it's just better, right? Just a bit the same. Like I can spam ultis to get the Druid's Bulwark. Super good. We don't need the Wolf Companions, so I can actually play the Vex Rune if I wanted to. And we didn't have Vulnerable, right? So for Vulnerable, you can take this one here. Skeletal Warriors have a chance to make enemies vulnerable, which will always make enemies vulnerable, kind of. Now we need to kill Duriels. So let's go to Torment 11 and kill some Duriels. So we can get like a better helmet because mine is like 19 out of 25. Obviously for going through areas, right? The build is cool. Like my minions come with me and they just shoot everything and everything dies. So like for overall clearing and overall speeding, this kind of works. And we still have the lucky hit chance for resource in our Pact of Bones that also works. Okay, boss fight against Torment 11 boss. And he gets pummeled, poor guy. Bit of a no-brainer. Helmet with a greater affix. It's not open the second chest, so let's actually make it a proper farm. We're still going for Belial. I do actually have like some Shards of Agony, but I want a greater affix undercrown, right? And preferable the greater affix on minion skills. Or darkness or something like that. Poor guy. Pummeled. Do you have a link for this build? No. This build we just threw together. We got a link for the Golem build we did before, but not for this one. Sorry. Doesn't Diablo feel like PoE2 in slow-mo? No? Have you ever played PoE? What is this? This is cult minions. Cult minions. You're chilling and you're doing shadow damage, and your shadow damage is being turned into damage over time. And that's kind of how it works. So, cold minions. Oh, invasion. Yes, queen. They're good. And dead. Still not a helmet that we're looking for, guys. So from all of this loot, right, we got one single helmet with a greater affix now. Undercrown. Yes! Minion skills! Bum, 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 bum. That's what I was looking for. Let's giggity go, my friends. 5 keys. I get 5 superior lair keys from that. Okay, okay. Like, hands up. Hands down. That's exciting. I still need to get a Pact of Bones now in goddamn Mythic. That would be amazing.
That's it for that piece.
So, step number 1. Masterwork the thingy. To already hit the minion skills. Nice. Then re-roll the poison resistance to not poison resistance. Preferable maximum life, I guess. Okay, come on. I don't have the money. Well, like, seriously, worst maximum life. Thank you very much. Then temper it. And we're going to put on maximum life. And obviously, we're going to hit it as a greater affix. As a greater affix. Okay, I don't have the scrolls to actually reroll that. So I'm just going to have to accept that that's now greater affix.
Gems to set like the eyes of Lycander herself. Thousands of gems.
Pull that out. Bibbity bop. And now let's do a 115 again, but this time with vulnerable. Okay. This build better than the Golem build. The build will do more damage than the Golem build in fully maxed out. The reason for that is very simple. You just have more vectors to max out. So I can do this one like in Mythic. I can do that one in Mythic, and I can do that one in Mythic. Plus, I can do the pens in Mythic. Now, the good thing is that the builds share like a bunch of commonalities. So you could get yourself the Pact of Bones in Mythic, and then you can use the Pact of Bones essentially on all 3 Necromancer builds. Which is, in my eyes, actually pretty damn cool that that is the case, right? That we can just use the Pact of Bones on every single one of them. The same goes for the pans. If you get the pans in Mythic, you can just use them on all of them. The Undercrown you can use on 2 out of 3, so that's actually pretty dope too. Now that we get vulnerable, we're just doing more damage. Apart from this guy just not wanting to take any damage, I guess. Pick up the Heart of Stone. I'm standing on poison. I've now stood on poison like every single time, and I lost my Heart of Stone every single time before enemies died. I didn't get a Heart of Stone blib yet. So yeah, generally speaking, the highest possible damage for summons is currently the Cult Minion build. But the Cult Minion build is, again, also just like has more requirements of you to like get good rolls, right? So it's harder to roll this one adequate, in my opinion. Also, if you don't have the double setup that I have, you're pretty much not getting your ulti that much. Like you notice here right now, my ulti is always up, right? That's because I have the Mythic Seal already and I can make this build more efficient. Because otherwise, your Army of the Dead actually has like a significant cooldown that you're not getting lower that quickly. So, yeah. Army of the Dead is like the set we're playing is kind of cool. Also does give our minions more damage, so that's nice on the side. How many minutes was the last? The last one was like with 6 minutes left. Exactly, I remember. Let's see where this can go. Wonder if it would be better to play my mages as the full corruption mages for even more shadow damage, considering that I'm technically buried up at any given point due to my ulti spam. Right? The protection bubble. Honestly, the protection bubble gone makes no sense. I really don't understand what Blizzard did there. I mean, right now, I'm just assuming it's actually not intended and it's a bug, right? However that bug comes together, don't get me wrong. And if it is a bug, we would like to know because it's like quite atrocious. Probably one of the more annoying things that has happened this season. Okay, that stupid flying stone is chasing me. I'm waiting for your boulder build. Boulder. I can't wait to make that one. It's itching. It's itching in my fingers, my friend. I just hope that the Basilisk tech that we imagined is exactly working the way how we would like it to work. So we can just petrify enemies and then petrify enemies and then petrify enemies and then petrify enemies. That would be fantastic. So my Reapers have a 30% chance to make enemies vulnerable, but that vulnerable seems to reasonably working out. I mean, as we said, last time we had like 6 minutes left, and this time it's looking like a better timing. Despite having lost my ball the whole time. Learn to list war plans in your guide. Oh, I can do that. However, we always have a war plan video up, sir, that explains like how I do my war plans, because they're always the same, right? They're never different. There's just one way to set up war plans the right way, correct? There's very few variation. Just a very, very rigid meta for the most loot with a war plan. Okay, now let's see that we clear these out here, but that as we clear them out, the boss is going to spawn, so that we're preferably not having any like stragglers, and my minions just decide, hey, we need to kill these stragglers. It's very important. I think we already have the 724 billion, chat, so that's a random hit from a mage, right? Because meanwhile, while all the other damage is also happening. There's the boss. Focus him. Lads, focus him. See, this is when they're all like finally hitting where they're supposed to hit. Then things are looking good. Okay, almost 2 minutes faster. With the inclusion of vulnerable. See, what I wonder now is, chat, if we play the, if we go for Book of the Dead and play like the Shadow Mages, so that would be like even more corruption damage on top of the actual corruption damage that we're anyways doing already, right? Feels like it could be useful, but who knows? Does Blood Necro work? Blood Wave, yes. Any other blood skill, no. So for actually having the mythic item for this build, right? I feel like the build could have been stronger. Funny story. Oh, obviously not done scaling. That is, we can get ambushed. Yes, that's important. And then the last one will be the Meat Brothers. Finally. And we have everything leveled properly. So we wanted the corruption mages, right? Let me try to start with another pit because I want to play around with the corruption mages another time. Pit. Talisman, Nightmare Dungeon, Nightmare Dungeon. That's the Nightmare Dungeon escalation. That's really cool. I just got a free Nightmare Dungeon escalation, right? What are we playing at the moment? This is Necro Minions. Okay, so we gave the minions now bonus corruption damage on top of their corruption damage anyways. With the problem that we're not getting a barrier. But since I can spam my ulti, I can just make barrier on demand, right? So the thing is, my Army of the Dead doesn't need to do damage. You just need Army of the Dead up. So if I need any kind of barrier, I just spam Army of the Dead. There's 1 trillion damage, chat. Damn. Haven't seen that before. That's new. That kind of makes it riskier the way we're playing here right now with the corruption damage because again I'm not getting the barrier from the minions, but we get more DPS, and since I have like this ultra cooldown, I can just make sure that my barrier is up anyways. I know it looks silly to just over spam the to just over spam the Army of the Dead, but I mean, if it works, like, is it silly if it works, chat? That's my question. Is it silly if it works? Oh goodness, there is a lot of tears here. Let's totally get all of these dudes together because what's the worst thing that could happen? I'd really like to know where that 1 trillion damage came from. Probably from the Wither. Maybe it only works because it is silly. Well, I mean, it's still silly, even if it works. But at least it works and is silly then, instead of just being silly. Now, just silly is not good, but silly and working, yeah, it's kind of fine. And I guess the bonus corruption helps in case of like my minions spreading out, because if they're spreading out to do damage to everyone on the screen, and we're then getting the bonus corruption, then the bonus corruption at least is like softening up the enemies as my dudes are just focusing in everyone and no one on the screen, right? Okay, okay, this is so much faster, chat. I mean, last time we had what like we had again 6 minutes spare, and now we're at 11 minutes almost through. It seems like silly amounts of faster right now. To my untrained eye. I mean, again, it only works because I have the double set going on with the bonus cooldown reduction and the bonus damage reduction, right? Those are the only reasons why this works, but I guess that's just a variant then. Already doing hundreds of billions. I mean, like, you're doing trillions, but they're just not trillion hits, right? I mean, with the density of billions that you're doing per second, this is trillions of damage. My golem does do trillions with single hits, which is cooler though. Oh yeah, here. This is good. Triple tier. Triple tier. I mean, look at that. We're 10 minutes. That's like almost 4 minutes faster currently, just for the swap of one thingy. Damn, Chan. That's a good clear. Oh, Butcher! Butcher! The Butcher! I knew he can come. Does he still break the pit, or what does he actually do nowadays in the pit? I chose this. This was my own choice. But I'm not sure if it's worth it, because he seems to have like an inappropriate high amount of HP. Melt him! Melt him, boys! It'd be great if all my minions just focus on him. Come on, do him! Do him dirty! Are we staying alive? Well, so we're getting a good chunk of, like, blood orbs the whole time. That helps. Does he give you, like, a huge chunk of progression when you kill him? Oh, no, I just win. Oh, I didn't know. Damn. Okay, I win. I mean, it properly ends the pit, and it actually gives me... Okay, so that 6 minute clear, chat. I guess I'm the chosen one, then. $110 on the thingy. That's actually... Yeah, Butcher replaced the boss. I just noticed. I mean, this is a 6 minute clear. So I guess we could do a 115 now. The question is, so do we just jump into a 115, guys? Or do we try to get a Hand of Nas with a greater affix? Hand of Nas is from Varshan. He's a lesser layer boss. So I would say, like, the biggest damage boost we could get right now would be Hand of Nas. Actually, my Hand of Nas did get a greater affix due to transfiguring it. I mean, my biggest would be getting a Pact of Bone. No, like, my Hand of Nas is actually really lucky because we did get a greater affix from transfiguring it. Right? This item was transfigured. Okay, pit. Let's try Tower 115 then. Chat. Leaderboard push.
The tower awaits.
These annoying elites should now go better with this build because I am really not forced to interact with these guys, right? Like my dudes are just duding around and I'm just duding around as well, but I mean, this is definitely for the more hands-off players that don't want to do much because, I mean, the only thing I'm doing is just spamming my, keeping my Army of the Dead up. So I have Barrier. And my minions have the 50% bonus damage. And I have Barrier. Wonder if I could use this on my other build as well to just make sure that I have Barrier up and just say screw the Bone Storm. Because then I could technically play a focus. That should make me less tanky again, but I could do that. I'm looking for particular elites or something to, you know, to get the most out of. Oh, trying to teleport on me, you fools. 918 billion, chat. So my mages can hit 4 trillions already. That means if you actually really max this out, then your dudes will hit for regular trillions. It's kind of cool. Also, one advantage of the minions over the golem is they're actually with you when you teleport. So as you see, like if I jump around the map, like bop, right? Then my minions always get instantly teleported, while the golem was still like somewhere on Mars, just horsing around. What bit is this? This is the Shadow Cold Minion build. Wow, that was a lot of travel. Oh, great. I don't want time anyways. I hate time. So my problem is, like, if I want my minions to attack the pylon and everyone around, I don't think that's gonna work, right? So with like mages, I'm definitely not gonna get a pylon. There's advantage to the golem again. He just hits everything and gets the pylon really simple. I don't think my mages would have been able to get me that. This is what I'm now missing with a bit of specializations. Okay, listen. What we're talking about skill tree wise is that we wanted the skill tree to specialize further, right? So after the first Varine choice, that you would actually have a second Varine choice. And this is kind of like what I'm missing. So right now we have mages, correct? And they're single target damage. But why can I not turn mages like into area hits, right? Make them do less damage, but every hit is like a fireball that actually explodes at the end of its trajectory. to kind of like make it more interesting, right? To just add a potential spice of life. Like, okay, sure. So yeah, my mages do a lot of damage, but I am doing like more more area content than single target content. So I'd like to turn my mages into like more area machines if possible. It'd be kind of cool.
You've done well. Keep going.
If the skill tree would allow for something like that. Okay, we need to take out this guy so we can take out the other guy. Come on, minions. Not sure if that's even worth it, but when we take out this guy, we get progression blips. And everyone likes progression blips. That's not true. I didn't get progression blips. I was robbed of my progression blips. Haha, now everyone is at the tower. And we're still not killing it. Well, we killed everyone around it sufficiently, right? They got So that's 10 billion, 75.8 billion, 31, 142 billion, 8 billion, 5 billion. Here's 108 billion. There's 82.8 billion. There's 8 whatever billion, 26 billion. There's a lot of damage on the screen, chat. Gerudo, I'm from Germany. But we're not speaking German English. Did we just lose a whole minute for standing around? We did, right? I feel like my golem did this one faster. Why are we doing this now? Because I just wanted to have it. There's no reason. I mean, unless this was a power pile-in, it was never going to be better for me. Because obviously channel does nothing for me. I already have no cooldowns, and my mages don't profit from a channel in any way. Come on, mages, teleport to me. Yeah, see, instant reset. Oh, I was a bit greedy there. I'll accept it. I would do the same again. I regret nothing. I will do the same again. I regret nothing. Oh. Before we do the same again and regret nothing, let's still kill that guy. So that's definitely where the no barrier came in. Right? So I would have survived this encounter easily if instead of the damage mages, we would be using the barrier mages. But then I would also be weaker. Because right now, again, how are we getting our barrier? So by pressing Army of the Dead, that's how I get my barrier. Right? So the moment I actually stop casting Army of the Dead, I am not refreshing my barrier. If I then take damage, right? Can be unfortunate. Oh, damage is nice. And DPS against the boss is definitely higher with the mages and such. There's no questions asked. Try to eat me, chat. Yeah, DPS of mages is definitely higher when it comes down like to boss killing. Easy, ladies and gentlemen. Woo, 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 woo. That's congratulations, you're ranked 12 in the world. So, we're here, second page, right? So 926, and now like just as a comparison, if you're looking at me, so this is my build, right? We got a reasonable, like 23%. We get like here, but we get this mythic, that's nice. So we got good stuff, right? We're not crazy. And if you're now looking like, so who is higher than me? We got this dude who's clearing an 807. This one is clearing the 115 and 655. So what does Mr. Chon Chon have that is better? He plays a different build. Okay, cool. But there's obviously minion builds up here. Wait, let's find someone who's actually playing minions. That one is playing minions, and he's playing minions, but he added Pelgain to it. So Pelgain says your freeze effects cause enemies to permanently take increased cold damage from you each second they're frozen, which is good, right? And he has this in Mythic, and he has that in Mythic, and he has this in Mythic, that not in Mythic, but in triple greater affix, right? Then he has that in Mythic, and he has the helmet in Mythic as well. Cool. Then we get the dude who cleared pit 120, right? So just as a comparison, the dude that cleared pit 120, right? And he has also everything in Mythic. Surprisingly playing just normal gloves, which I find intriguing. So he's focusing on Wither, Cult Leader, Bloodbath, Frailty. He's not focusing on the mages or the warriors, probably. He's playing both. Intriguing. I mean, you could definitely do this, like, instead of sacrificing your warriors here to boost the damage of the mages, right? You can also say, hey, what if we just keep the mages here, right? The reapers here and have them do 50% increased damage. And then you just go out with more minions. Right? What if we just go out with more minions? Because they're obviously also nice. So let's do not a 115. Shit, I want to do a 116. Actually, let's do another 115, but just see if we can do it faster. Right?
The tower awaits.
So now instead of like fully juicing the mages, we also have the warriors deal 50% more damage. And since we're going for the stun reapers, they're doing 50% more damage and 50% more damage. So this is like now the full minion focus galore. Every single minion, not just some of the minions. Which, considering that we have 18 of them, should actually be better. What I wonder is, since I am already spamming Army of the Dead, right? If I should just go for the Army of the Dead bonus damage, despite like not really letting the Army of the Dead, right, shine, if going for the bonus damage there would be the opportunity to look what we're looking for even more DPS. Because I don't need the 20 seconds lower cooldown, right? I can just get the few more damage that the Army of the Dead would provide me. Did you just see a trillion hit, Marty? Yeah, like we have our minions do trillions in between, but it's like very random because in order to do trillions, you need to hit the Wither. Wither is one of our Paragon boards that has a 20% chance for our Darkness skill to do 300% more damage. Now, though, considering that you have 18 minions and 18 minions that attack with 100% attack speed, the chance to actually do that bonus damage, that 20% to 300%, right, is actually happening quite frequent when you think about it. Okay, now they're attacking everyone and no one. What I'm wondering if this is now spreading the damage out too much, like when you're trying to juice the warriors and you're trying to juice the mages, right? Now I would probably have to play different gloves as well in order to do that. If I'm not mistaken, the Hand of Nas needed both sacrifices. No, they changed the Hand of Nas, right? Does it still need both sacrifices? Increased by 1. There are Archmages. No, they're actually... You don't need to sacrifice anymore, do you? Yeah. Because you used to have to sacrifice, you know, the warriors and the the warriors and the golem to actually have the Hand of Nas work, but they changed that. I'm not sure if we're faster, chat. Feels like we're slower. Despite technically giving, like, getting 4 more minions, right? And giving them a chunk more damage. Oh, ow.
That wasn't even the tower guardian.
Because when we're thinking about it, like, we got 4 more minions, and each of these minions got 50% more damage. But 10 of our other minions got 15% less damage, which should technically still lead to more damage in the grand total. Unless my math is not mathing. By the way, that was again a barrier-induced death, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, again here. Like when random thingies just hit me and massacre me. Do you get something when you're like top 100 or something? You get different borders. So yes, you win the prize of participation. You also do get loot for finishing the tower. So there is a tangible benefit in terms of loot, and there is also a permanent benefit to your account in terms of unlocks. However, it's nothing like crazy, so you're not actually getting a cool skin or a cool armor. I mean, I would actually enjoy the tower way more if there was like something you can actually equip for real and show off. Like you get a mantle around your shoulders, right? You get a helmet that you can only, like, if you get top 10 that has a crown on it. I don't know, right? So something in that direction that would actually be intriguing. But I guess that would also like make RMT even more rampant than it already is, because that's like probably the fear of Blizzard, because RMT is already very rampant in the leaderboards. Like people just buying themselves to the top, right? For no crucial benefit, to be honest, for fame and honor, I guess. Like Elon Musking it. Not sure if that's in the way of us actually getting more cool benefit thingies. Would be really fresh chat if that was the case. That guy wanted to jump me and execute me. I don't appreciate that. Okay, there's this white blip thingy that will kill me when I get even remotely close to it. And we get this dude here as well. We're just going to take down. We got 2 more progression orbs here. Okay, what was it? We finished in 9 something something. Well, we seem like we get a good bonus progression with my warriors happening right now. So DPS was increased again. Tankiness is still down by a mark. You know what? If I take a different trigger for the Kui rune where I don't have to spam my ulti, that would probably be like, I could put the Nagu rune probably on for the barrier, but then I couldn't cast it on a whim. That's definitely a downside. Right now I actually like that I can cast the barrier on a whim. A special wing set or helm would be cool. Yes, something at least, right? That you're like, hey, look at me. I have done good in the leaderboard. Something like tangible to show off. I mean, I guess the people that do the leaderboard, they don't necessarily care about it because they did good in the leaderboard, and that's their claim to fame already, right?
The tower guardian accepts your challenge.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is faster. Come on! We're trying to get into the top 10! Come on, Bounty, faster. We're gonna have more DPS. Do. No. Over the 130. Oh, God, no. I seriously don't know how that actually hit me. All right, did I have to stand like that close to him? No, I absolutely didn't. I could have just stood on Narnia and just win. Okay, we're still 12. Oh no, Chad. Hasn't changed. We have finished this quicker, but we needed to beat 822, so we're actually now quicker on our feed. So the DPS did something, at least a bit. Kaisuke, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Very appreciated, Kaisuke. That's kind of you. Ah, damn. I mean, like, we can definitely get more upgrades for this now, right? We have to get our Pact of Bones. That is not this Pact of Bones. So we have to get one with a greater affix to critical strike. That would be good. We have to get more Paragon points. What I wanted to know is if I now swap over to my minions back to Barrier dudes. And then we're going to go over to Torment 12 just for the doozy. And jump into a Pals of the Deceiver. Yeah, Pals of the Deceiver. So I just want to see how the dudes are doing, right? How the dudes are duding. That means we did, like, which day is it? Day 3, right? Chat, it's day 3 of this season. So we've already done 3 builds on day 3. Cool. Look at him just getting chunked away. Yeah, so that's working pretty good. We're also actually staggering him, Chad. GG. Pretty impressive. Should we go for a Harbinger of Hatred? Trying to get the ring and greater affixed. Oh, I got a Crux of the False Prophet for that, Chad. Look at me. Damn. Okay, you know what we should do now? We should quickly just check how would it look like versus our friend Mephisto. What's this build so far? Well, this build is something we just whipped together, Crowfar. So after the stream today, I'm going to get you the video on the Golemancer, okay? And then tomorrow morning, you're going to get a video on this build. Oh, wow. He just he just hit me. Meanie. So this is Torment 12 Mephisto. Oh, look at that. Like, chat, look at that. Look at that. Yes. I mean, considering that we're far from fully optimized, I like what we see here. So definitely a build that can do it, right? I mean, look at the amount of corruption he has. I would like to see how many billions he's actually taking over time right now. Because due to all the damage just hammering into him, right, he's also taking shadow damage over time. And quite some of that. The problem is the pesky barriers again, because the pesky barriers, they're just blocking away shadow damage over time he should be taking, right? But he does actually take this damage while he's in these modes, which is interesting. I didn't actually expect this to be a Torment 12 killer build, but it is. Cool. Staggered him. Oh, almost got poisoned there. That would have been a shame. Well, that will one-hit me. I didn't see that, right? Phase 1 is easy. It's not about phase 1 being easy or not, Soti. It's about seeing how much damage it is, right? Like, you already notice if a build has the potential or not the potential to actually clear something out. Because if a build doesn't have the potential to clear something out, then you won't see much movement on his health bar. And you know, like, ah, damn, you know? Gotta go for something else. But obviously, if you now see that health bar moving, then that's a whole different thingy. Now you get something on your hands that has the potential.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Okay, so what do we get here? That was kind of disappointing. No, 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 no. Yes. No. Yes. See it in T10. How did he not go into the pool animation? They removed that. It's just gone. I mean, they also removed the early thingy. You just walk onto him and he's already in fighting mode, right? This is like Torment 10 as a comparison now, Chad. Right? That's Torment 10 as a comparison. Already done with the face before he even does his first move, right? Okay, we're done. We're done. We're done. Bukito, thank you for your 65 months of support. Bukito, good to see you there. I mean, if you're looking for something to just beat the Torment 10 without caring about the Torment 12, then here we are, right? And that's it. We're done. Cool, cool. Good fight. Appreciate it. We get another mythical axe, Chad. So this is today, and I hate to say it, but it is the second time I've gotten the 1000 Eye Reaver in Mythic. The second day. Oh, Lord. That's not good. We don't like that, Mr. Stark. Not the slightest. I mean, I'm sitting here chilly on 12 sparks, and I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do with 12 sparks right now. Right? Am I now gonna make a spark party out of that? I'm not gonna roll random thingy jiggy majiggies, or what is it you're looking for? We got here. We get a bit higher resis on this one, so that's good. The armor is also okay. Kind of like it. What's your take on people pushing for PID 1 for 5? I'm not sure. Like, I only care here about this one here, the Soul Self-Found. I mean, Soul Self-Found and trade are different, because again, in trade, people have like obnoxious gear. I mean, the highest finisher I can see here right now is 135.4, and I don't think it's gonna go like 140 is probably gonna be the max. I don't believe we're gonna go over 140 this season. Not with what I see in the gear possibility. I mean, you have here, like, what is it? Spiritborn is at 135. But if you look at the dude's gear, like, he can get the Harmony of Abawaka, obviously, in Mythic. He can get the Writhing Moon in Mythic, right? But the rest of the gear is already pretty impressive in what he got and what he transfigured on. So I don't think it's like it's going to be much higher. Good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd say that was a good push today. I want to sit down and record the Golem video for you, so you can actually expect today the Golem video. Tomorrow is going to be now the safe Army of the Dead, okay? And then we got the Druid already soon coming your way. Don't worry, though, we're not done pushing these builds because, as I said this season, we do actually care for pushing builds further. So I definitely want to go a bit deeper. But I'm already happy that we positioned ourselves here in the leaderboard. So we're top 12 currently. That's nice. But I obviously want to go like even deeper here and see if I can compete. But obviously they're like, you know, time. Therefore, Golem Vid is coming your way. It's going to be like 2 hours roughly. It's going to be relatively easy to record because the build is not difficult to explain. But there are a few things that you need to have an eye out for, especially when it comes down to not having both set pieces. So I'll try to mention all the important stuff. That being said, I'm done for today. So thank you for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, hopefully enjoying, having a good time. Looking forward to see you all tomorrow. Until then, take care and thank you for being with us.